Chapter 733. This was a plan that he had planned for a long time. Now, only Bai Xiaochun was dead, and the real Xiaoyang was alive. Brother Jean, goodbye. Xiaoyang said slowly, then turned and left. He had already obtained the positioning stone in the 5-colored ice mountain. Now he could not wait to return to the Sky Sect and set up the teleportation formation to save Ling Long. As for the mission and the reward, he did not care at all. Outside the 5-colored ice mountain. Senior Brother Jean, are you all right? How do you feel now? Immediately, someone supported Jean Rushue, showing concern for him. They were all seriously injured and would recover after a period of rest. Look, Senior Brother Jean, that senior even threw out the fire seed. He did not covet it. When Supervisor Zhang saw the fire seed of the elementary heaven fire, he could not help but shout excitedly. He chuckled and was overjoyed. When the others saw it, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Baldy Fong curled his lips and said, Senior Brother Zhang, I think you're overthinking. That senior already has an intermediate heaven fire. How could he covet our junior's elementary heaven fire? Yes, quickly keep it. Let's quickly return to the reclamation village to recuperate. Our mission is complete, and we can return to the Sky Sect any time. Little Monkey said with a smile on his face. It was supposed to be a close shave, but now they had survived. They were very grateful to that senior for saving their lives. Jean Rushue was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the scene of the battle. His eyes were filled with reminiscence, pain, and confusion. However, he did not say a word. The other 3 martial grandmasters also remained silent. As martial grandmasters, they saw more things than the others and were closer to the truth. Maybe you're really Xiaoyang. Jean Rushue thought to himself. At this moment, he really hoped that Bai Xiaochun was Xiaoyang. That way, at least Bai Xiaochun was still alive. Naturally, he was able to capture something extraordinary from the old voice just now. As he watched and thought, he grinned and chuckled. Then he restrained his expression, and his expression was still sorrowful. Perhaps he already knew the truth. Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, Little Monkey, Pang Dashin, Pang Duan, and the other female disciples were silently celebrating their narrow escape from death. They looked at Jean Rushue's expression and couldn't help but be startled. They also followed Jean Rushue's gaze and saw the devastated battlefield. They glanced around and shouted, Where is Senior Brother Bai? Where is Senior Brother Bai? Senior Bai. Then they began to shout, wanting to call Xiaoyang back. Only then did they remember that Xiaoyang had died in the battle just now. Woo woo, Senior Brother Bai. Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, the Little Monkey, Pang Daoshan, and several female disciples were all crying. Their faces were full of tears, and they didn't want to leave this place for a long time. No wonder Jean Rushue was standing there motionless. Senior Brother Jean, where did Senior Brother Bai go? Where is he? Baldy Fong and Pang Daoshan cried and asked while shaking Jean Rushue's arm. Among them, Pang Daoshan's feelings for Xiaoyang were the deepest, because Xiaoyang had helped him the most. Senior Brother Bai, where are you? Come back. Pang Daoshan cried and shouted at the same time. The sorrow and longing in his voice were like the cold night, causing others to feel sorrowful as well. They stayed here for a day and comforted each other before slowly leaving this place. Before leaving, they didn't forget to erect a tombstone and write Bai Xiaochun's name on it. Along the way, the atmosphere was sad and sorrowful. No one uttered a word. Even when they were resting in the village, they remained silent and silently endured the sorrow in their hearts. Several days later, their mood improved a lot. Their injuries were also healed, and they were ready to unleash their sky arts. Pang Daoshan walked in front of Jean Rushue and firmly said, Senior Brother Jean, Senior Brother Bai's death is definitely related to Wu Hua and Lu Detai. You have to seek justice for Senior Brother Bai. Don't worry. Senior Brother Bai will not die in vain. Jean Rushue gritted his teeth and firmly said, This matter definitely had something to do with the traitor. The group quickly returned to the Sky Arts and passed by Flame City. When they passed by Flame City, they heard the news of the Lu family's destruction. After asking around, they found out that the Lu family's destruction was due to their own actions. Patriarch Lu and Elder Lu, the two leaders of the Lu family, led their remaining forces to the five-colored ice mountain and died outside. As for the remaining Lu clan's properties, without the protection of their martial power, they were like steamed buns in high demand. Those second- and third-rate clans naturally didn't hold back and went up to rob them. Thus, the remaining Lu clan members were chased out of Flame City. From then on, there was no Lu clan. When John Rushua heard this news, he couldn't help but sigh. From the beginning, he vaguely knew that the Lu family definitely had something to do with the robbery of Xiaoyang. He didn't expect that the people who went to the five-colored ice mountain to ambush them this time were the Lu family's second-in-command. The evils they brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. He sighed and continued to lead the group back to the Sky Arts. From this, it could be inferred that the person who leaked the secret was definitely related to Lu Detai and Lu Xiaocheng. It might even be related to Wu Hua. However, Wu Hua had the protection of the three supremes, and Zhan Ruxue was only an outer disciple. Wanting to overthrow Wu Hua was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Half a month later, Zhan Ruxue led the group back to the Sky Arts. There were already people waiting for them at the entrance of the Sky Arts. The leader was Wu Hua. Wu Zun and the three supremes, the old woman, were also watching from the side. Zhan Ruxue, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing Wu Hua's tone, it was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. Zhan Ruxue and the others couldn't help but frown. Thinking of Wu Hua and Lu Detai's actions, they were even angrier. If it weren't for them, their brother Bai wouldn't have died. Thus, Zhan Ruxue said angrily, Wu Hua, what do you mean by this? We worked hard to complete the mission. Do you want us to accept your cold face and punishment? Supervisor Zhang, Pang Dashan, Pang Duan, Little Monkey, Baldy Fong, and the others were all filled with righteous indignation. Their hearts were very unhappy as they glared fiercely at Wu Hua. Zhan Ruxue, there's no use in quibbling. Flame City's Lu clan paid the price of extermination to find out that Xiaoyang was hiding in your group. I advise you to quickly hand over Xiaoyang. Otherwise, you'll have a good time. Wu Hua's lips curled up as he sneered. His eyes were filled with contempt. Lu Datai and Lu Xiaocheng's faces were filled with grief. Flame City's Lu clan was their clan. They didn't expect that their clan would be exterminated because they were investigating Xiaoyang. They stood up together and said to the old woman, Third Supremes, please give us justice. Our clan was exterminated because we were investigating Xiaoyang. We are certain that Xiaoyang is hiding in Zhan Ruxue's group. Chapter 734. The Third High Lord nodded. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhan Ruxue and the others. She slowly said, Zhan Ruxue, you heard it. It's not that this High Lord is trying to make things difficult for you, but an entire clan was exterminated. It's not unreasonable to ask for an explanation. Zhan Ruxue was immediately enraged. However, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the Third High Lord. He fiercely said, I don't know any Xiaoyang. On the contrary, we were harassed by the Lu family many times in Flame City. We were even attacked by the Lu family at the five-colored ice mountain. It's good that the Lu family was exterminated. It's perfectly justified. Bullshit. Lu Datai and Lu Xiaocheng immediately jumped up and cursed. If it weren't for the situation, they would have jumped up and fought with Zhan Ruxue. Zhan Ruxue ignored them and coldly said, Third High Lord, it's great that you're here. I want to report that our mission's whereabouts and details have been leaked. When we strengthened the seal at the entrance of the Ghost Domain, we were ambushed by many forces. I ask Third High Lord to help us. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Zhan Ruxue and the others wanted to accuse Wu Hua, Lu Xiaocheng, and Lu Detai of colluding with the Lu family of Flame City to kill them while they were strengthening the seal at the entrance of the ghost domain. They didn't put the common people in their eyes and only knew about personal grudges. They were short-sighted and bullied their fellow disciples. They were truly despicable and had lost the sect's face. Wu Hua, Lu Detai, and the others also harshly accused Zhan Ruxue and the others of colluding with enemies from other sects, harboring foreign criminals, and deceiving their superiors and subordinates. They deserved to be killed. Then he quickly explained that they asked the Lu family for help to prevent Zhan Ruxue and the others from making mistakes. They wanted to find Xiaoyang, but they blamed Zhan Ruxue and the others for not being able to distinguish between good and bad. They forcefully obstructed them and even killed the Lu family's people. They deserved to pay with their lives. Speaking of this, Lu Datai and Lu Xiaocheng were filled with grief and indignation. The Lu family was their family. They placed this hatred on Zhan Ruxue and the others. Zhan Ruxue, Supervisor Zhang Baldifang, and the others felt extremely sullen and angry. Their faces were flushed red and their eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. They risked their lives to carry out the sect's missions outside. Their lives were always hanging on the edge of a blade. It was extremely dangerous, and their lives could be in danger at any time. In the face of such a harsh environment, they didn't lower their heads. Even if they were full of strength, we still persevered. Then the people in the sect, who did nothing but eat and drink, would stab them in the back. Moreover, this was under the premise that they sacrificed their members, and under the premise that they completed the mission. How cold was that? These meritorious officials did not ask for consolation or support from the sect. They knew their own needs and would shoulder all the difficulties by themselves. However, they did not wish for the sect to treat them like this. They were investigated and questioned as soon as they returned. This was no different from stabbing them in the back. However, they could only remain silent, not daring to resist and scrupulously. This was because the Third Supremacy was holding the fort. It was obvious that the Third Supremacy was on Wu Hua's side. Humph, Zhan Ruxue, it's already good enough that we didn't hold you responsible. You still want credit? You're simply shameless. Lu Detai directly scolded. His face flushed red with anger. Lu Xiaocheng also sneered at the side. He looked at Zhan Ruxue, Supervisor Zhang Baldifang, and the others with disdain. Third Supremacy, please give us justice. In the end, Zhan Ruxue and the others were forced to the point where they were furious and sullen. They could not argue with Wu Hua and the others. They could only collectively ask the Third Supremacy for a fair and just ruling. We also sincerely ask the Third Supremacy to give us justice. Wu Hua, Lu Datai, and Lu Xiaocheng also hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed to the Third Supremacy. Although they looked sincere and serious, they were actually overjoyed. It was obvious that the Third Supremacy was on their side. How could she care about Zhan Ruxue and the others? The Third Supremacy of the Heaven sect calmly swept her gaze over everyone present. With her intellect, she could detect the slightest change in everyone's expressions and mental fluctuations. Listening to their quarrel and accusations, she naturally understood the gist of what was going on. Although Wu Hua, Lu Detai, and Lu Xiaocheng were in the wrong first, they hadn't acted recklessly. After all, harboring an enemy of the poison sect was a serious crime. Of course, she wouldn't disappoint Zhan Ruxue and the others too much. Otherwise, people would say that she was biased. Cough, cough. The Third Supremacy coughed dryly. Her expression was cold as she said viciously, "We're all disciples of the Heaven sect. What's wrong with arguing here?" She scolded everyone present, but this made it impossible for her to get angry. Then she slowly said, "Zhan Ruxue, you've all performed meritorious deeds and completed your missions. You're the pillars of the sect and its cornerstone. Naturally, You'll receive rewards and rewards. However, you can't be arrogant because of your talents. You still have to abide by the rules. We'll listen to the Third Supremacy's orders." Jean Rouchiouet and the others spoke in unison, looking resolutely at the Third Supremacy. At the very least, the Third Supremacy hadn't done anything excessive up until now. She'd already raised them up high. The Third Supremacy nodded. Her cold expression softened a little as she continued. "It's good that you understand. However, Wu Hua and the others won't come out of nowhere. If you've really done something wrong to the sect, I'll personally clean up the sect." "Third Supremacy, we didn't." Jean Rouchiouet, Baldy Fong, Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, Peng Dashin, and Peng Dewan immediately spoke up to defend themselves. They didn't know Xiaoyang at all, much less what Xiaoyang looked like. How could they have colluded with Xiaoyang? "Nonsense, you clearly did." Wu Hua grew anxious and hurriedly rebuked them. He'd seen the Third Supremacy instructing Jean Rouchiouet neither lightly nor heavily until now. This was very different from his goal, so he naturally couldn't tolerate it. Lu Detai also hurriedly added, "That's right, it's not up to you to decide. We'll have to personally check." Lu Xiaochong sneered and added, "According to our information, Xiaoyang is hiding in your group. Once we find Xiaoyang, Jean Rouchiouet, you'll be guilty of harboring and colluding with him. You better admit it now, or else you won't even have the right to commit suicide." "Humph, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Go ahead and search." Jean Rouchiouet, Baldy Fong, and the others were so angry that smoke almost came out of their heads after hearing Wu Hua's slander. They fiercely shouted at them. After rebuking them, Wu Hua looked at the Third Supremacy and once again cupped his fists and begged, "Third Supremacy, you're right here, so please help us. We're willing to accept the search. We also want to know someone like Xiaoyang." Chapter 735. Third Supremacy nodded with a smile. Very good. Jean Rouchiouet is the hope of the sect to have such awareness and knowledge. Since that's the case, Wu Hua, Lu Detai, find the evidence. I'll say it here. If you can't find the evidence and maliciously slander the meritorious officials, you'll have to accept punishment. Otherwise, the sect's rules will be broken by you. Everyone was convinced by his words. Even Jean Rouchiouet and the others couldn't bring themselves to hate him and were willing to cooperate with the investigation. "Don't worry, Supremacy. Leave this matter to us. If we don't even have the slightest bit of confidence, we won't alarm Third Supremacy." Wu Hua hurriedly expressed his stance, a cold smile on his face. He had a card up his sleeve regarding this matter and was extremely confident. With a wave of his hand, he led Lu Detai, Lu Xiaochong, and the envoy toward Jean Rouchiouet's group. Jean Rouchiouet and the others didn't move at all. They stood in formation with their heads held high and chests puffed out, waiting proudly. Since they had no ulterior motives, they didn't need to worry about ghosts knocking on their doors in the middle of the night. "Xiaoyang, you'd better stand up yourself. Otherwise, you'll only harm your friends. Do you have the heart to do that?" Wu Hua inspected Jean Rouchiouet, Supervisor Zhang, and the dozen or so others before shouting at Jean Rouchiouet's group. However, the group was still silent. No one made a sound. After a while, Wu Hua's patience ran out. Impatient, he roared, "Xiaoyang, we've known each other since we were in the poison sect. Do you think I can't recognize you? You're in Jean Rouchiouet's group. In Flame City, you pretended to be someone else and defeated hunters, mercenaries, and fire tribute beasts. Although Jean Rouchiouet and the others don't know about this, it can't escape our eyes and ears." "What? Something like this happened in Flame City? And it was Xiaoyang's doing after all?" When this news was released, even Jean Rouchiouet, Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, and the others were all shocked. Their faces were blank and filled with disbelief. If Xiaoyang had caused such a huge commotion in Flame City, then logically speaking, they should have known about it. However, they clearly didn't sense such a commotion in Flame City, nor did they hear of such rumors. Could it be that Wu Hua was mistaken, or was he trying to slander Xiaoyang? Zhan Ruxue and the others had ugly looks on their faces. They looked angry and glared at Wu Hua fiercely. "What are you staring at? A bunch of idiots." When Wu Hua saw that Xiaoyang still hadn't come forward, he immediately became angry. If they found Xiaoyang, then it would be fine. If they couldn't find Xiaoyang, then the third supremacy would be disappointed. He couldn't afford to offend them. So, in his anger, he directly scolded Zhan Ruxue and the others. Then he explained, the Lu family of Flame City already had evidence of Xiaoyang, so they gathered mercenaries, Yao hunters, and fire-type Yao beasts to interrogate Xiaoyang. However, they were disbanded before they could even get close to the inn. I'm afraid that you guys were kept in the dark about this matter. Could it be true? Zhan Ruxue and the others were stunned, full of shock. They frowned, carefully recalling what had happened in Flame City, but they couldn't find anything. They really didn't know anything about this matter, not a single clue. Only Zhan Ruxue seemed to have noticed something. He had long suspected that Bai Xiaochun was Xiaoyang in disguise, but he didn't have any evidence. He remembered very clearly that on that night he was taking care of Xiaoyang in the room, but unknowingly he fell asleep. Could it be that, at that time, Zhan Ruxue didn't dare to think further? If Bai Xiaochun was really Xiaoyang, then wouldn't their friendship be wasted? Losing such a close friend was already sad. If he was deceived by such a close friend, how painful would it be? No, it can't be. This can't be real. Zhan Ruxue could only hurriedly comfort himself. Look at you bunch of idiots. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Then let me tell you, when you were strengthening the seal of the Ghost Domain's entrance, an old man with a mid-level heavenly fire appeared. In fact, it was Xiaoyang in disguise. In the Ghost Domain's sealed entrance, there is no guardian at all. Wu Hua was forced to reveal so much information. Among Zhan Ruxue and the others, other than shock, they were at a loss. They really couldn't find Xiaoyang. They were only sure that Xiaoyang was among the dozen people. As for who it was, they couldn't make a precise judgment. Could it really be Bai Xiaochun? Or was Xiaoyang really hiding in the team, listening to Wu Hua's solemn vow? Zhan Ruxue's originally calm heart instantly fluctuated. It was as if a shocking wave had risen, causing him to be shocked. He frowned and swept a glance at everyone, eliminating them one by one. He also wanted to determine if there was another identity among these team members, but he couldn't find anything. Then only Bai Xiaochun was left. However, now that Bai Xiaochun was dead, whether it was true or not was no longer important. Thinking of this, Zhan Ruxue couldn't help but sigh. His face was filled with loneliness and helplessness, and his heart was in pain. He missed Bai Xiaochun very much. Wu Hua spilled out 5,000 words of truth, lying, coaxing, and forcing. He wanted to find Xiaoyang, but there was no progress. Looking at the time, 2 hours had passed. Third Supremacy was impatient and urged Wu Hua. Wu Hua, although you have this evidence, you don't have direct evidence to prove who Xiaoyang is. Are you mistaken? Wu Hua immediately became nervous. The delay had made the third exalted lady unhappy. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was pale and ugly. He forced a smile and explained to Third Supremacy. Third Supremacy, don't worry. After such a long time of probing, I have confirmed who is Xiaoyang. Everyone present was shocked, and they all looked at Wu Hua. Who is it? Third Supremacy was more excited than anyone else. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Comparatively speaking, she knew a lot about Xiaoyang. She'd interacted with him many times when she'd gone to the poison sect. That bastard, Xiaoyang, always surprised her and shocked her. It was hard for her not to notice him, even if she wanted to. Lu Datai and Lu Xiaocheng looked at Wu Hua with excitement. As long as they could confirm Xiaoyang's identity, not only would they not be wrong, but they would also be rewarded greatly. They couldn't figure out who Xiaoyang was. So how could Wu Hua figure it out when they couldn't? Who is it? Wu Hua, tell me clearly. Don't wrongly accuse our people. Jean Rouchouet shouted loudly. His face was full of anger and his eyes were wide open. Even he, the leader of the team, didn't know. How could Wu Hua know based on his guesses? Whether or not Xiaoyang really existed was still a question. Chapter 736. That's by Xiaochun. No Flower answered seriously and firmly. Him. Bai Xiaochun? Bai Xiaochun was Xiaoyang? How could this be? No, it definitely wouldn't happen. Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, Little Monkey, Big Mountain, and Dewan immediately shouted from the crowd. They were full of shock and disbelief. Then, they refuted one after another and expressed their feelings. Ever since they met Bai Xiaochun, he was like a brother to them. How could he be Xiaoyang? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. Jean Rouchouet snorted with a gloomy expression and coldly said to No Flower, "Anyone can be Xiaoyang, but Bai Xiaochun can't be Xiaoyang. No Flower, don't slander others." That's right, No Flower. Don't think that you can act recklessly and slander others just because you have the support of the three supremes. We don't accept this. After the discussion, Jean Rouchouet's group expressed their unwillingness. They couldn't agree with No Flower's judgment. Their arguments made the third supremacy frown. He glared at No Flower and said, "No Flower, you have to pay attention to evidence." Everyone here knew about the relationship between the three supremes and No Flower. Thus, if No Flower were to act recklessly, it would affect her reputation. If there was evidence, then everyone would be convinced. No Flower took a deep breath and solemnly reported to the three supremes. "Supremes, take a look." All the evidence pointed to Bai Xiaochun, but he wasn't here. He must have a guilty conscience and didn't dare to appear here. Maybe he has already left to harm others. Lu Datai and Lu Xiaochong also quickly looked at Jean Rouchouet's group. After looking left and right, they really didn't see Xiaoyang. Thus, they revealed a relieved expression and believed in No Flower's judgment. Senior brother No Flower's eyes are as bright as torches. After probing for so long, you finally found out who is Xiaoyang. It is clear that Xiaoyang is hiding very well. Senior brother No Flower's eyes are as sharp as gold. Lu Datai directly flattered him. Lu Xiaochong was clever. Seeing Lu Datai flattering him like this, he naturally didn't want to fall behind. He hurriedly said, "I have no doubt about senior brother Wu Hua's judgment. Third High Lord, please immediately give the order to capture Xiaoyang, lest Xiaoyang run too far away." Then he looked at Wu Hua with admiration and said slowly, "In order to find Xiaoyang, senior brother Wu Hua spent a lot of effort here and wasted a lot of cultivation time. He is a role model for our generation. We should learn from senior brother Wu Hua." The followers of No Flower expressed their admiration one after another. When Jean Rouchouet and the others saw this, disdain and disgust appeared on their faces. They hated this kind of opportunistic person. When they thought of Bai Xiaochun's death, they couldn't help but feel pain in their hearts, and tears welled up in their eyes. Bai Xiaochun died for them, but his heroic death was questioned. Even if he died, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Jean Rouchouet and the others were extremely guilty and ashamed. They couldn't bear it anymore. They cried and cursed at No Flower. "You're slandering us. You're making trouble without reason. Shameless to the extreme. How can there be scum like you in the sect?" Jean Rouchouet and the others shouted one after another. They were all filled with righteous indignation and were so angry that they trembled all over. Third High Lord frowned and looked unhappily at No Flower, Jean Rouchouet and the others present. No Flower was also extremely angry. He was extremely suspicious of Bai Xiaochun and had tested him many times. Now that Bai Xiaochun wasn't here, wasn't it more certain that Bai Xiaochun was Xiaoyang? Under the gaze of Third High Lord, he couldn't afford to lose. Even if he wasn't, he had to admit it. Jean Rouchouet, Xiaoyang is extremely cunning and knows how to manipulate people's hearts. You've all been deceived by him. Why don't you wake up? Wu Hua scolded loudly, pretending to be serious about the clothes, making it difficult for people to doubt him. Jean Rouchouet and the others couldn't bear it anymore. They immediately cried and shouted. When we sealed the entrance of the ghost realm, we were chased by the Lu clan demon hunters, mercenaries, fire-type demon beasts, and many other forces. In order to give us a way out, Bai Xiaochun has sacrificed himself. He's dead, completely dead. However, even though he's dead, you still haven't let him go. Tell me, what are your intentions? When Jean Rouchouet cried out these words, everyone present was touched. Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, Pang Dashin, Little Monkey, Pang Duan, and the others couldn't help but cry. They wiped their tears with their hands. A sad atmosphere gradually spread. Bai Xiaochun also completed the mission with the team and is a meritorious subject. You really shouldn't treat him like this. Bai Xiaochun risked his life to save his fellow disciples. This is benevolence and righteousness. It's one thing not to be respected after his death, but to be condemned and questioned like this, it really shouldn't be. Even a fool would know that Bai Xiaochun isn't Xiaoyang. If he really is Xiaoyang from the poison sect, why would he die to save the Heaven Sect's people? There's no need to say anymore. No Flowers group must be relying on someone's backing to act recklessly here. The spectators who were attracted by the commotion all expressed their opinions. When they looked at No Flower, their eyes were filled with disgust and hostility. They treated Bai Xiaochun's heroic example with great respect. If anyone wanted to blaspheme him, they would oppose it and feel wronged on his behalf. Jean Rouchouet and the others felt even more wronged when they heard these people defending Bai Xiaochun. Finally, someone was speaking up for him. On the other hand, No Flower, Lu Datai, Lu Xiaochong, and the others had ugly expressions. They shouted, "What are you all doing here? This has nothing to do with you. Scram!" No Flower flew into a rage out of humiliation. The news they'd received was from Flame City, so they had no idea that Bai Xiaochun had already died. This had led to such an awkward situation that there was no way to resolve it. Just as the spectators had said, if Bai Xiaochun was Xiaoyang, why would he sacrifice himself to save the Heaven Sect's people? There was no way this lie could be perfectly explained away. Third supremacy. Please listen to me. This, No Flower, Lu Datai, and Lu Xiaochong immediately panicked. Public opinion wasn't on his side at all. Even logic and morality weren't on his side. Instead, it seemed like he was abusing his power to bully others, domineering and pestering them endlessly. Faced with this situation, the third supremacy naturally couldn't follow No Flower's nonsense. Supremacies were supremacies because they looked at problems from the sect's point of view. They could see the big picture and maintain fairness on the surface. Chapter 737. Enough! The third supremacy suddenly became angry and angrily roared. Wu Hua, Lu Datai, Lu Xiaochong, and the others were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. They could only lower their heads and hands and act like obedient children. The three of you have tampered with the truth and slandered others. You have tarnished the heroic spirit and committed a heinous crime. Go to the reflection cliff and reflect on your crimes. Without my order, no one is allowed to come down. She fiercely spoke with a stern expression that left no room for doubt. Originally, Wu Hua wanted to quibble a bit, but after seeing how determined the old woman was, he could only swallow his words. Yes, we know our wrongs. We will listen to your order. Wu Hua, Lu Datai, and Lu Datai's expressions were gloomy and dispirited. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. At this moment, compromise was the wisest decision. Otherwise, if they were to oppose the third supremacy, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Not to mention, the third supremacy was taking care of them right now. They only needed to face the wall, and the punishment wasn't too severe. As long as they could please the third supremacy in the future, they would naturally be able to leave the reflection cliff. However, losing like this made them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. At the same time, they didn't understand why Xiaoyang was willing to sacrifice himself to save Zhan Rushue's group. They even doubted their own judgment. Maybe Bai Xiaochun wasn't Xiaoyang. As for the unknown person that appeared at the entrance of the ghost realm, it should be Xiaoyang. Maybe Xiaoyang was pretending to be someone else. This kind of question could only be investigated in the future. Wu Hua, Lu Detai, and Lu Xiaochong accepted the order and left. Zhan Rushue, you all have done well. Quickly go and receive your rewards. As for Bai Xiaochun, let him join the sect's heroic spirit pavilion so that the entire sect will remember him. After dealing with Wu Hua's group, the Third Supremacy ordered Zhan Rushue's group. We thank the Third Supremacy and also thank the Third Supremacy on behalf of Bai Xiaochun. Zhan Rushue, Supervisor Zhang, and Baldi Fong hurriedly bowed and thanked the Third Supremacy. They felt a bit better in their hearts. One had to know that the heroic spirit pavilion wasn't easy to enter. Only those who had done well during a war could enter. Who would have thought that Bai Xiaochun would be able to obtain a spot in a non-war situation? The spectators dispersed one after another. In a small town at the foot of Tianzong Mountain, at the entrance of the village, a figure was hurriedly busy. If one had good eyesight, they would be able to see that the person was rapidly setting up a formation. This array formation was a teleportation array formation. It was a one-way teleportation, but it was also a fixed-point teleportation. The array flags had already been placed according to the 8 diagrams of Qi-Min, and the various materials needed for the transmission had also been placed in a reasonable manner. When he was almost done, he took out the 2 most important materials from his storage ring, which were the teleportation talisman and the positioning stone. Soon, Xiaoyang muttered to himself and let out a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he looked at the array in front of him. His gaze fell on the 2 empty slots. Without hesitation, he used his cultivation base to place the 2 materials in the slots. As the positioning stone and teleportation talisman landed steadily on the empty space, the one-way fixed-point teleportation array was completely set up. Done! Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. His face was filled with joy, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Thinking back to the difficulties he went through to get these 2 materials, it could be said that he had gone through countless dangers. His divine sense spread out. 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 500,000 feet. This was his limit. Within a range of 50,000 meters, everything was within his sight. He could even count the hairs on the small ones, and he could even see the mountains, the large-scale formations, and the large-scale organizations. He could see everything down to the smallest detail. His divine sense was like a tide. It was originally in the shape of waves, but after determining the general direction, it began to converge in a single direction, which was the direction of the Sky Sect's strongest prison, the Phoenix Prison. His divine sense spread out to the gate of the Phoenix Prison. He saw the guards standing guard at the gate, but he ignored them. His divine sense continued to spread out, and he saw the patrolling servants and cultivators. He didn't stop and continued to spread his divine sense forward. He came to the janitor's office and saw several familiar faces of the janitors. His divine sense continued to spread out and reached the laundry garden. He saw many women in the laundry garden busy. He didn't find Mistress Linglong in the bedroom, so his divine sense continued to spread out. He came to the edge of a pool and saw Mistress Linglong washing clothes while eating. His divine sense stopped here. Facing Mistress Linglong, Xiaoyang used his divine sense to send a message. Mistress, long time no see. How are you? Linglong, who was dressed as a woman, immediately stopped what she was doing. Her face was filled with shock and joy. She also released her divine sense to talk to Xiaoyang. She said, "Disciple, where have you been all this time? How are you?" She had been worried about Xiaoyang all this time. She was afraid that Xiao Yang's identity would be discovered by the Sky Sect. She was also afraid that Xiao Yang would die to save her. Now, she finally had news of Xiao Yang. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. Xiao Yang could completely feel Mistress Ling Long's worry and concern. His heart warmed as he explained, "Mistress, I went out to carry out a mission. I went to the Mountain of Flames and the five-colored ice mountain. I got a positioning stone. Now that the transmission formation has been set up, get ready. I'll use the art of great transfer to teleport you here. Then we can leave together." Ling Long couldn't help but be overjoyed. She quickly agreed. After suffering here for such a long time, she could finally leave this damned place. Thinking about how Xiao Yang had suffered so much because of her, she felt a pang of pity and guilt. After receiving Ling Long's response, Xiao Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately released his cultivation at the 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and used the 3rd level of the art of great transfer. Layers of teleportation power spread out from his body, and strange rules were produced from his body. This teleportation power instantly acted on Ling Long, who was tens of thousands of feet away. Ling Long stood where she was. She could already feel the arrival of the teleportation power. In the beginning, the teleportation power was very weak. However, as time passed, the teleportation power kept increasing. She knew that this must be Xiao Yang's continuous efforts. Many months ago, her seal had been broken by Xiao Yang. Now she was safe and sound. She had also recovered her cultivation at the 9th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Naturally, she could clearly see Xiao Yang at the village entrance. Looking at Xiao Yang's diligent appearance, she wanted to laugh and felt relieved. "Hey, Ling Long, you stinking woman. Why aren't you washing the clothes? What the hell are you doing? Help me wash these clothes. If you can't wash them clean, you won't have anything to eat." Chapter 738. The vicious voice of a shrew came from the side. The shrew threw down the basin, filled with clothes, at Ling Long's feet. Ling Long opened her eyes. Her heart was as calm as water. She looked at the shrew calmly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mockery and playfulness. Under such a gaze, the shrew could not help but feel guilty. She took a few steps back. She felt that Ling Long was very different from before. In the past, Ling Long was a pushover. Anyone could bully her, and she would not resist. She would only silently endure it. She would also show fear and panic. However, at this moment, Ling Long was like a peerless expert. Her temperament was outstanding, and she was detached from worldly affairs. The shrew knew at a glance that Ling Long must have recovered her cultivation. In the Sky Sect, there was nothing much but cultivators. Although they had not cultivated to such a terrifying level, they had seen many. You recovered your cultivation? Damn it, your seal has actually been broken? I will report to the sect. Hey, Ling Long, The shrew wanted to shout to warn the others, but in the next moment, she found that she could not make a sound. Ling Long stretched out her hand and squeezed the other party's neck, almost breaking his neck in two. The shrew kept struggling and waving her hands. Her face was red and she was almost suffocating. I have not liked you for a long time. I have wanted to deal with you for a long time. Now is the time. Ling Long said coldly and released a murderous intent. Since she was going to leave this place in the next moment, she did not mind getting rid of the person who had bullied her. You don't kill me. Otherwise, you will die too. The shrew spoke with difficulty and hurriedly begged for mercy. Her eyes were filled with fear and panic like a frightened bird. Ling Long was hesitant, but in the next moment, before she could make a decision, a violent divine sense suddenly swept over from the side and landed in the shrew's mind, directly destroying her sea of consciousness. The shrew groaned and fell straight to the ground, motionless. Xiao Yang blinked and said with his divine sense, "How dare you bully my master's wife? You are courting death." When Ling Long heard this, she did not know whether to laugh or cry bitterly. She chuckled and didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. She didn't look at the shrew and closed her eyes again, feeling the power of teleportation strengthen. After the vixen had fallen, the caged phoenix immediately activated dozens of powerful spiritual senses. Each spiritual sense was extremely powerful, and they were at least at the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The death of this shrew was like a fuse, instantly activating the higher level power of Qiu Feng Huang. Dong dong dong. One after another, urgent sounds could be heard. This was the sound of the bell inside the caged phoenix. The bell didn't ring all year round, but once it did, it meant that something big was about to happen. The formations of the phoenix prison began to change, and the mechanisms were all activated. The various personnel working in the phoenix prison, such as guards, handymen, patrols, cleaners, cultivators, and so on, all entered combat mode at once. Heaven's Sect was the first to receive the news of the huge changes that had taken place in Phoenix Prisoner. Then an even louder bell rang. This was the highest sound of the Sky Sect's bell. Once this bell rang, it was almost the time for the whole sect to go to war. It had been too many years since they had heard this bell. Everyone in the Sky Sect, regardless of rank, was alarmed. They all moved out and gathered at the martial arts square. Some were in closed-door cultivation, some were carrying out tasks, and some were in the middle of a romantic relationship. At this moment, they all gathered their thoughts, unleashed their cultivation, and gathered at the caged phoenix. If it wasn't necessary, Heaven's Sect wouldn't ring the caged phoenix. What happened? Why did the caged phoenix sound the caged phoenix? At the Cliff of Reflection, Wu Hua, Lu Datai, and Lu Xiaochong were shocked and astonished. Yao Chen, who was next to them, was also shocked. After he came to his senses, he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to the third master in front of him. He said, "Master, please allow me to gather first." His cultivation had been unlocked by the third master. He also reported to the third master that he had been trapped here and that he had overheard Wu Hua and Lu Datai plotting to kill Xiaoyang. After the third master nodded in approval, Yao Chen hurriedly unleashed his martial ancestor cultivation and left in an instant. He headed in the direction of the martial arts square. The third master was so angry that the veins on her forehead were throbbing. Wu Hua and Lu Datai's behavior at the sex entrance was enough to make her angry. She didn't expect such a thing to happen at the Cliff of Reflection. This made her extremely disappointed. "Just you wait. If you dare to leave the Cliff of Reflection, I'll be the first to kill you." The third master was so angry that she spoke ruthlessly and unleashed her killing intent. She didn't have time to teach Wu Hua and the others. As a master, she naturally had to act according to the sex matters. After hearing the bell, everyone, from the servant disciples to the third master, had to gather at once. After she left, Wu Hua, Lu Datai, and Lu Xiaochong looked at each other. They rolled their eyes and hurriedly left the Cliff of Reflection. They were also curious about what had happened in the sect that had caused such a big commotion by ringing the caged phoenix. If they could seize this opportunity and make a great contribution, the third master would definitely have a whole new level of respect for them. "Let's go." Wu Hua called out and waved his hand. His followers followed him and left the Cliff of Reflection. In the outer sect disciples' training room, Zhan Ruxue, Baldi Fong, Supervisor Zhang, and the others woke up from their cultivation state and opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with confusion. After hearing the bell, they immediately reacted and stood up. They hurriedly rushed to the training, filled with confusion and confusion. In the sky above the heavenly sect, the three great masters were floating in 3 different positions in the sky in a triangular formation. What the hell is going on? Who rang the caged phoenix? The third master, an old woman, asked with a frown as she looked at the second master and the headmaster. Then she released her divine sense and covered the entire heavenly sect, including the small village at the foot of the mountain. The headmaster and second master did the same. As they released their divine sense, they explained, It was Caged Phoenix who made the commotion and triggered the Caged Phoenix's Caged Phoenix. The people below sent a message saying that Ling Long, who was left here as a hostage by the poison sect, removed her seal and recovered her cultivation of the 9th level martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, she killed a sect disciple and triggered the Caged Phoenix formation. What? There's such a thing? The third master, an old woman, was shocked. A 9th level martial ancestor realm cultivator was a high-level battle force. If it wasn't for Wu Zun's suppression, he could have massacred the heavenly sect. No wonder Caged Phoenix and the heavenly sect had issued a warning. Chapter 739. It's him, Xiaoyang. He's at the entrance of the village. Damn, what's he doing? The third supremacy was shocked when she heard the great supremacy's explanation. Then, she saw Xiaoyang at the entrance of the village. Not good. That guy has learned the greater teleportation technique and is trying to teleport Ling Long away. After all, the third supremacy was a knowledgeable person. When he saw Xiaoyang's actions, he immediately judged Xiaoyang's actions and couldn't help but exclaim. The great senior lord and second senior lord also noticed Xiaoyang's actions and hurriedly executed their martial skills in an attempt to stop Xiaoyang. Although their cultivation was astonishing, their martial skills were monstrous, and their speed was extremely fast, they were still too slow. Just as they were about to use their martial skills, Ling Long was teleported away from Caged Phoenix. When she reappeared, she was at the foot of Tianzong Mountain, right in the middle of the teleportation matrix. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang entered the array formation and activated it. He did not dare to linger for even a moment. With his cultivation as a 7th level Wu Zun, he had already sensed that the 3 great Wu Zun had locked onto this place. It would only take a moment for a destructive attack to descend. After entering the array formation, at the very least they had to activate the array formation with their hands. The light of the formation was instantly released, and a majestic power of teleportation fell on Xiaoyang and Ling Long. Then they were teleported away in an instant. The moment they were teleported away, 3 extremely ferocious and destructive forces descended in an instant, instantly bombarding the place where they had just been. With the sound of the explosion, a huge crater had already appeared there. After that, the 3 supremes of the Sky Sect all landed at that location. However, they didn't land on the ground. They were still flying in the air. Yes, this child is so impressive. He has cultivated the art of great teleportation to the 3rd level. Furthermore, he is proficient in formations. His cultivation is even more heaven-defying. His talent is astonishing. He has reached the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. After the great venerable lord looked at the scene, he made a judgment and pointed out Xiaoyang's image. The 3rd supremacy was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He said angrily, "This brat actually dared to enter the heaven sect so brazenly. He even rescued Ling Long from the imprisoned phoenix. He is simply too arrogant. He considers everyone beneath him." The 2 times she'd gone to the poison sect, she'd run into Xiaoyang and been given the cold shoulder by Xiaoyang. Who would have thought that she'd be forced to watch as Ling Long was rescued and Xiaoyang left on her turf this time? The other party's guts were too big. The poison sect is provoking the heaven sect. They're declaring war on the heaven sect. It's been too long since there's been a war. The poison sect has probably forgotten the pain after their wounds healed. Since the war bell has been rung, let's go to war. The 3rd supremacy said with a cold expression. She was well aware that if Xiaoyang was given enough time to grow, Xiaoyang would be able to suppress all the other heroes and even swallow up the heaven sect. Naturally, she couldn't let Xiaoyang grow. The great venerable lord frowned and muttered, "Have the sect's disciples go after Xiaoyang. No matter where he goes, Xiaoyang must be brought to justice. He can't be allowed to get away with it. No matter who tries to stop him, kill them all. Even if it's the poison sect, don't let them get away with it. Even the poison sect can't do anything about it. In addition, The two of you will hold the rear," the great venerable lord ordered. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it was no different from declaring war. As supremacies, they knew how important Xiaoyang and Linglong were. They were the backbone of the poison sect and their closest kin. Once they went after them, the poison sect would definitely jump out to stop them. At that time, the Heaven Sect's people would kill them without hesitation. In this way, the two sects could go to war at any time. The second supremacy and third supremacy were naturally sensible people. Even if they knew something, they couldn't say it out loud. They could only let it develop slowly. Yes, we'll definitely make Xiaoyang and Linglong pay a terrible price. The two supremacies nodded and returned to the training square. They explained what had happened and gave them a new mission. They were to hunt down Xiaoyang and prepare for war between the two sections. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble as they realized the gravity of the situation. "Xiaoyang, let's see where you can run this time." "Humph," Wu Hua sneered, satisfaction in his eyes. He, Lu Datai, and Lu Xiaocheng were all outside the martial training square. They didn't dare to join in, as they were afraid that they would be punished for disobeying the Third High Lord's order. Thus, they were able to clearly hear everything that was happening outside the martial training square. "Senior brother Wu Hua, let's go. We'll capture Xiaoyang first and make up for our mistakes." Lu Datai looked excitedly at Wu Hua and urged him to leave. Wu Hua was pleased with himself, and his face was full of pride. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go down the mountain quickly, lest we get caught by the third supremacy." The group of people hurriedly left this place, and there was no lack of followers among them. In truth, the third supremacy had seen their every move, but she didn't care. On the surface, she had to put on a show for the other sect disciples to see. She wanted to prove that she was a fair and just person who enforced the law impartially. But in the dark, naturally, they would relax whenever they could. They would turn a blind eye and muddle through. Anyway, it was not a bad thing to let Wu Hua and the others gain experience. They would be watching from behind, so naturally there would not be any problems. After the mission was given out, the Heaven Sect's disciples began to choose their own teams. There were also those who acted alone and left the sect. As for where they wanted to go, some ran around randomly, while others went to inquire about Xiaoyang's whereabouts. Only a few people knew about Xiaoyang's whereabouts. The Third High Lord had inadvertently revealed this information to Wu Hua's followers. Then, Wu Hua's followers had immediately told Wu Hua. Wu Hua then had a direction and quickly headed towards the two sect towns. Zhang Ruxiwe, Supervisor Zhang, Baldi Fong, Peng Dashin, Peng Duan, and the little monkey formed their own team and met Yao Qin. Yao Chun joined Zhang Ruxiwe's team and went down the mountain together. They didn't run around like headless flies. Instead, they went to the entrance of the village to check out the environment and track down Xiaoyang's whereabouts. After confirming that Xiaoyang was heading to the two sect towns, they decided to head to the two sect towns as quickly as possible. There were already dozens of teams heading towards the two sections. There were several hundred people in total. Those disciples who were originally running around randomly changed their strategy and direction one after another after knowing where Xiaoyang was heading to. They all headed towards the two sect towns. Two Sects Town. In a simple courtyard, Qian, who was wearing a bamboo hat and dressed like a farmer, was sitting on a wooden stool. He ordered Bai Xiaochun and Wang Lin to dry the rice. Chapter 740. Bai Xiaochun and Wang Lin had passed by the two Sects towns, and after many twists and turns, they were kidnapped by Xiaoyang and Qian and left here. After that, Xiaoyang disguised himself as Bai Xiaochun and snuck into Tianzong world. Bai Xiaochun had made a name for himself in the Tianzong realm and caused a huge commotion in the Tianzong realm. Even Bai Xiaochun himself didn't know about it. Dry the rice evenly. This place is big. You call yourselves merchants, but you can't even do something as basic as drying rice. Qian pointed at them with a look of disdain. Wang Lin and Bai Xiaochun's faces were filled with helplessness as they bitterly smiled. because they were grateful to Xiao Yang and Qi Yan for saving their lives. They stayed here to repay their kindness. Fortunately, Qi Yan's requests weren't excessive, only making them do farm work. If they didn't do well, they would be scolded, but over time, they had gotten used to it. In fact, they were both 5th-level martial ancestor realm experts. If it weren't for their gratitude, they would have killed Qi Yan, who was acting as a farmer, and taken the opportunity to leave. Aya, this won't do. Look at the sky, it's going to rain. It's gloomy. Harvest the rice. Harvest the rice. Hurry up. If it rains, the rice will spoil. Qi Yan looked at the sky and hurriedly ordered the two to get busy. Wang Lin and Bai Xiaochun could only get busy again. While the two of them were busy, Scarlet Flame took the opportunity to leave. When Xiaoyang was setting up the array, he had already sensed it. It was all thanks to the positioning stone's effect. After waiting for such a long time, Qi Yan was naturally overjoyed when he received news. He couldn't contain his joy and secretly rejoiced. That stinking brat, he's been gone for so long and hasn't given me a reply. The poison sect has urged him hundreds of times. Fortunately, he's coming back this time. Qi Yan grinned and muttered to himself. This courtyard had been set up with an isolation formation, an illusion formation, and various other formations. They were all his handiwork. Qi Yan was Wu Zun after all. The formations he set up were naturally easy to deceive 2 5th-level martial ancestor realm experts. He didn't have to worry about Wang Lin and Bai Xiaochun finding out. Behind the courtyard, there was a mountainous area. In the open space, there was also a formation. If someone saw it, they would recognize that this formation was the same as the one that Xiaoyang had set up before. The only difference was that one was for sending out, while the other was for receiving. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiaoyang and Linglong would appear here soon. Scarlet Flame was already waiting here, his heart filled with excitement. After waiting for a while, the surrounding air gradually became irritable. The flow of air was also abnormal. The receiving array formation was fluctuating. After noticing these movements, Scarlet Flame's eyes widened in excitement. They're coming back. They're coming back. They're finally coming back. He was very excited, as if he was an old man waiting for his son to return home. No one could look forward to it more than him. Under his gaze, he saw a blinding flash of light. Then, 2 figures appeared in his line of sight. A man and a woman landed in the middle of the receiving array. They looked very familiar. It was Xiaoyang and Linglong, whom he'd been waiting for a long time. Good boy, you're finally back. I thought you died in the Sky Sect. You really are. It's been so long, but you didn't even send a letter. Is there anyone like you? You almost made me want to go on strike. As soon as Scarlet Flame saw Xiaoyang, he immediately walked over and slapped Xiaoyang on the shoulder. He even hugged him, then complained loudly. Although it sounded like he was complaining, anyone could hear the happiness in his voice and his joyful expression. Brat, you don't know how many letters came from the poison sect when you weren't here. They were all asking about the situation. It was fine at first, but they kept sending people over. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and lied to them. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I think they might even start a war between the 2 sects for you. I don't know why the sect spoils you so much. Even Scarlet Flame felt envious. Even he, the Grand Wu Zun, didn't receive such treatment. Martial uncle, mistress is here. Give me some face. Xiaoyang sighed in relief when he saw that it was Scarlet Flame who'd come to greet him. Although he'd already made arrangements for his escape, he'd been worried that something would happen between the 2 sections. Fortunately, everything had gone according to plan. He'd successfully completed his mission and rescued Mistress. Oh, so this is Senior Brother's wife? Hello, Senior Sister. Scarlet Flame also hastily bowed to Linglong. You're the junior brother Scarlet Flame that Lord Husband always talks about? Hello, you 2 martial brothers have finally put aside your grudges. I'm very happy. Linglong smiled as she looked Scarlet Flame up and down. Xiao Yang looked around, then at Ling Long and Scarlet Flame. He hastily said, "Let's go. We'll leave first. This isn't the place to talk." As he urged them to leave, he turned back to look at the receiving array. After thinking for a moment, he directly activated his cultivation and destroyed the array in an instant. Otherwise, with Wu Zun's power, they could have set up the same teleportation array in the Sky Sect. That would have been a big joke. It would have caused trouble for him. They returned to the courtyard. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiao Yang sighed. Back then, he'd used this place as a starting point to deceive Bai Xiaochun and Wang Lin. He'd pretended to be Bai Xiaochun and sneaked into the Sky Sect. After a few months, he'd returned here. The array here is pretty good, Ling Long praised. Relying on her 9th stage martial ancestor cultivation and her keen divine sense, she immediately noticed the many complicated arrays in the small courtyard. Scarlet Flame immediately grinned and hurriedly said, "It's nothing. I was bored and made a little plaything." He didn't hesitate to accept the praise. This made Xiao Yang roll his eyes. One had to know that when he'd set up this array, Xiao Yang had put in a lot of effort. Looking at the array in front of him, it was nothing more than a few perfected arrays. Of course, he wouldn't expose Scarlet Flame. After all, Scarlet Flame had waited here for him for a few months. If it were anyone else, they might have already run away. He pushed open the door to the courtyard and walked in. Xiao Yang saw Bai Xiaochun and Wang Lin. "Brother Bai, Brother Wang, how have you been?" He smiled and greeted the two. Seeing that Xiao Yang had returned, Bai Xiaochun and Wang Lin hurriedly put down the farm work in their hands. With a smile on their faces, they hurried over and said happily, "Benefactor, you're finally back. It's great to see you." Chapter 741. Thank you so much. If you hadn't saved us and taken us in, we would have been taken care of by the 9-headed bug and the pug. How is it? Benefactor, have you seen our clansmen? Before Xiao Yang left, they'd written letters and handed them to Xiao Yang, hoping that Xiao Yang could help them inform their clans. Xiao Yang had been gone for several months now, so they should have heard from him by now. Xiao Yang smiled. "Don't be in such a rush. Although I didn't use the letter, I did manage to get some good news. First, the 2 sects are now filled with power. After such a long time, they've pretty much forgotten all about you. You can leave your courtyards now and return to your clans or head deeper into the poison sect." "Wow, that's great. This is the best news I've ever heard." Wang Lin and Bai Xiaochun were so excited that they almost jumped 3 feet into the air. Their faces were full of smiles and anticipation. Although he didn't suffer much during this period of time in the courtyard, it was better to be free than to be locked up. "This is all thanks to Benefactor for taking us in. We can't thank you enough." The two bowed to Xiao Yang again. Xiao Yang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. He continued with a smile. "The second piece of good news is that the people from the Sky Sect will be coming to the Two Towns soon. At that time, you can establish a good relationship with them. With their help, both you and your families will receive unimaginable benefits." "Wow, is this true? The Sky Sect's disciples are really coming to the border between the 2 sects?" Wang Xiaochun and Wang Lin were excited again. They were both merchant clans who only knew how to do business. Their clans weren't very powerful. If they could have the Sky Sect's disciples as their backing, that would be great. But don't celebrate too early. There's another piece of bad news for you, especially for you, Brother Bai. Xiao Yang pretended to think for a moment before speaking slowly. This immediately whetted their appetites. Wang Lin blinked his eyes and excitedly looked at Xiao Yang. He asked, "Benefactor, what is the news you are talking about?" "That's right. Benefactor, hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense," Bai Xiaochun urged. Xiao Yang said matter-of-factly, "Some time ago in the Tianzong realm, someone pretended to be Brother Bai and snuck into the Tianzong realm. That's why I'm worried that the Tianzong realm might track you down." "What? Preposterous. Someone's actually doing that?" He didn't ruin my reputation, did he? When Bai Xiaochun heard this, he immediately became worried. He frowned and looked at Xiaoyang with a worried expression. Wang Lin was also worried for Bai Xiaochun. It's not a bad reputation, in fact. Xiaoyang chuckled. Bai Xiaochun immediately became excited and said, "Oh, I don't know what it is. Benefactor, hurry up and tell me." Xiaoyang could only say, "The person who pretended to be Brother Bai used your identity to infiltrate the Sky Sect." He got to know many of the Sky Sect's outer disciples and was promoted from an odd job disciple to an outer disciple. Later, he went to the Flaming Mountain and the Five-Colored Ice Mountain to carry out a mission. When he was sealing the entrance to the Ghost Realm, he was ambushed and attacked by many forces. In the end, in order to save his teammates, he bravely sacrificed himself. At first, Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with excitement, and his eyes shone brightly. He thought to himself that the person who had impersonated him was quite righteous, and didn't do anything to tarnish his reputation. Even Wang Lin, who was beside him, had a look of envy on his face. However, when they heard the final result, they were immediately dumbfounded. Damn, he died bravely. To put it nicely, he risked his life. To put it bluntly, he was killed. If another Bai Xiaochun appeared, it would be strange if it didn't arouse suspicion. This made Bai Xiaochun's face full of worry. He sighed for a while. Xiaoyang could only comfort him. "Don't worry, there are many people with the same name in this world. Brother Bai, you can just change your name. Besides, that person is impersonating your name. You can totally complain and plead your innocence." After hearing Xiaoyang's comfort, Bai Xiaochun's mood improved a lot. "All right, Brother Bai, Brother Wang, you're free now. You can do whatever you want. We won't be keeping you here. Here's your letter. I'll return it to you. I believe that if you personally send it back, it will definitely move your people." Xiaoyang instructed and chased them away with a smile. "All right. We've disturbed you for many days. We'll leave now. When we meet in the future, we'll repay you generously." Wang Lin and Bai Xiaochun bowed to Xiaoyang again and then walked out of the small courtyard. Once outside, they released their consciousness and sensed that the two sect towns really were different from before. In the past, the two sects had been a tripartite balance of power. Among them, the nine-headed bug and the pug were famous and powerful existences. Their factions were even more arrogant. But now the two sects had changed greatly. There were dozens of factions, large and small, and friction and war broke out every day. No one recognized the two of them as they walked on the streets. Most people had forgotten about them. What had happened was exactly as Xiaoyang had said. They were even more convinced now. "Brother Wang, what do we do next? Do we continue deeper into the poison sect's world or return to the Sky Sect? Or do we stay here and wait for the Sky Sect's people?" Bai Xiaochun asked. After all, the two of them could take care of each other. "I think we should continue deeper into the poison sect's world to avoid further delays. Besides, after a while, the person who pretended to be you will be mostly forgotten. It'll be fine if you go back then." Wang Lin thought for a moment, then spoke softly. "Brother Wang, you're right. We'll do as you say and continue deeper into the poison sect's world." Bai Xiaochun agreed and left the two sects, heading deeper into the poison sect. After the two of them left, the Sky Sect's people quickly appeared in the two sections. The first to arrive were Wu Hua, Lu Datai, Lu Xiaochong, and the others. They had received the news from the third reverend in advance, so they had used the formations between the cities to continuously teleport. Finally, they had arrived before anyone else in a few hours. There were many factions in the two sects, big and small. When they saw Wu Hua and the others, their eyes lit up as if they'd seen fat sheep. When Wu Hua and the others wanted to rest and settle down, they'd wanted to make a fortune. Unfortunately, while their dreams were plentiful, reality was cruel. Although Wu Hua and the others didn't lack money, they didn't want to be taken advantage of. Thus, the two sides began to fight in the shop. The eruption of this conflict immediately attracted the attention of several factions. Those who'd come to watch the show weren't good people either and wanted to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 742. Wu Hua released the aura of a 7th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator and intimidated 7 or 8 forces. These local tyrants all paled in fright and knelt on the ground in fear. They originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits, but they didn't expect to be beaten to the ground. They were filled with regret. After Wu Hua, Lu Detai, and Lu Xiaochong had eaten their fill, they sat on chairs and coldly looked at the local tyrants kneeling on the ground. They said fiercely, "Listen up, this daddy is a disciple of the Sky Sect. I'm here on a mission. Have you seen this person?" They took out a portrait of Xiaoyang for the local tyrants to identify. After the local tyrants identified it, they all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't recognize it. Because of this, they were slapped several times, which made them feel even more wronged. Although Xiaoyang had arrived at the 2 sect towns long ago and appeared there, Xiaoyang had already changed his appearance when he appeared. Therefore, it was natural that these people couldn't recognize him. Find him. All of you go and find him. If you can't find him, then just wait to be destroyed. Wu Hua shouted fiercely. He took Xiaoyang's portrait and slammed it on the table, making a dull sound. Because he had inadvertently used his cultivation, the table was directly smashed into pieces. Many of the local tyrants were frightened and uneasy. Originally, there were several local tyrants who wanted to steal chickens and dogs, but after being threatened by Wu Hua, they immediately became obedient. Yes, yes, yes. We'll search now. As long as he's in the 2 sect towns, he won't be able to escape from our grasp. These local tyrants hurriedly agreed and then respectfully left the inn. They sent their subordinates to contact others and spread out around the 2 towns to look for Xiaoyang. In a small courtyard, Xiaoyang was sitting in the courtyard, reading one letter after another. Most of them were sent by the Poison Sect's pavilion lords. The 3 elders and the sect master had asked several times about the progress of the matter and Xiaoyang's current situation. At first, the letters were fine. They were mostly encouraging, telling Xiaoyang not to rush and to take things slow and steady. But later, they began to worry. They threatened that if Xiaoyang didn't reply, they would immediately lead a large force to kill their way over. No matter what happened, they wanted to see him alive or dead. Even if it was a corpse, they would bring Xiaoyang back from the Sky Sect. Each sentence was harsher and harsher than the last. When Xiaoyang saw this, his heart felt warm and moved. He felt a sense of belonging to the Poison Sect. Fortunately, Scarlet Flame was quick-witted and lied. He replied that there was a lot of progress and that he'd already made great gains. In truth, Scarlet Flame didn't know how much progress he'd made. But even if he hadn't eaten pork before, he'd still seen a pig run. Thus, he'd half-lied and lied to get a reply, stalling for time until now. Otherwise, if the Poison Sect really went to war with the Sky Sect, not only would he ruin Xiaoyang's plans, he might really have to hand over his own sect. Aside from these people's private affairs, there were also Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, Gu Shanqing, Gu Shanha, Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, Lu Quan, Fang Zihan, and the others. Basically, all of their messages had been sent to him. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others had no idea that Xiaoyang and Scarlet Flame were out on a mission. They naively thought that Xiaoyang was in closed-door cultivation, with the pavilion lords and sect masters acting as his cover. They had no idea what was going on. Seeing the concern and greetings from his good friends, Xiaoyang relaxed a little and a smile appeared on his face. Disciple, not bad. You have so many friends, and there are quite a few girls as well. I can see that these 2 girls like you a lot. Why don't you agree? Ling Long teased Xiaoyang from the side. Most of the letters and messages naturally fell into her eyes. She hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so popular in the Poison Sect. He'd received the unanimous approval of the upper echelons, as well as the favor of many personal disciples and inner sect disciples. Xiao Yang's face reddened. He was about to explain his pure relationship when a figure hurried over. It was Scarlet Flame. Although Scarlet Flame was in a hurry, there was no fear on his face. He chuckled softly and said, "Kid, they found us. I didn't expect them to be so fast. That person seems to be your sworn enemy, the one called Wu Hua." "It's him?" Xiao Yang's attention was immediately drawn to Scarlet Flame's news. He hadn't expected Wu Hua to be so fast and chase him all the way here. There were many grudges between him and Wu Hua, as well as many personal grudges. They were existences that wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Since Wu Hua had come to the two sect towns, should he take the chance to deal with him? That would save him the trouble of jumping up and down everywhere. "What? You want to make a move?" Scarlet Flame immediately sensed Xiao Yang's subtle change in expression. He chuckled and narrowed his eyes with interest. Ling Long was meticulous and caught on to Xiao Yang's thoughts, but Xiao Yang quickly suppressed them. "I say, disciple, if you have any ideas, why are you holding them back?" she coaxed, cocking her head. Xiao Yang broke into a smile and didn't explain. "Let's go. It's time for us to leave and return to the poison sect." He had never forgotten his mission, which was to rescue his master's wife and bring her back to the sect. Now that he had finally rescued his master's wife from the Phoenix prison of the Sky Sect, it was naturally impossible for him to get into a conflict with the people of the Sky Sect because of personal grievances. Once he was delayed here, who knew what kind of accident would happen? "Disciple, your master's wife has made a promise. If you don't make a move on this person, your master's wife will do it for you. Your master's wife is a 9th-level martial ancestor expert, after all. Dealing with Wu Hua is as easy as moving a finger." Ling Long said craftily. She naturally understood Xiao Yang's thoughts. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible for the sake of his safety. However, she also knew that grudges between juniors like them were basically settled with their own hands. She'd said this to cut off Xiao Yang's thoughts of leaving early. Xiao Yang was speechless. He glanced at Ling Long plaintively and said, "Master's wife, you can't do this." "Master's wife can do whatever you want." Ling Long spoke matter-of-factly and capriciously. She had a good grasp of her side's strength. She had Wu Zun, Scarlet Flame, and a heaven-level magic weapon, a battle axe. This was a magic weapon refined by the Weapon Refining Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Its power was comparable to a martial ancestor's. In addition, she had the cunning Xiao Yang and the assistance of the 3rd level of the Great Transfer Technique. Even if they couldn't defeat the Sky Sect, escaping would be no problem. Chapter 743. Since that was the case, why wouldn't they settle their scores? They didn't make a decision on the spur of the moment. They had thought it through carefully. "Xiao Yang, I think it's feasible. Go and chat with Wu Hua. Leave the rest to us." Qi Yan smiled and made a solemn vow. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly and said, "You guys." Then he couldn't continue. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "The 3 great Wu Zun might follow. It's hard to say. I don't recommend taking the risk." Xiao Yang analyzed. If the other party only sent 2 Wu Zun, they could easily deal with it. However, if the 3 great Wu Zun came, they would be in great danger. He had just escaped from the Sky Sect. He couldn't just give up in the blink of an eye. He didn't have the mentality to be cheap. "Don't worry, just do it. Don't think so much." Scarlet Flame once again gave Xiao Yang a boost of confidence. It seemed that this was something he had to do. Xiao Yang frowned. In fact, once the top forces fought, it was equivalent to testing the waters and starting a war. There was no possibility for both sides to recover. "Okay, I haven't acted as myself for a long time." Xiao Yang pondered for a while and finally agreed. He slowly got up and released his divine sense. His divine sense detected that Wu Hua was in the inn. As for the streets and alleys of the 2 sect towns, there were 7 or 8 local forces looking for him. They were even holding his portrait in their hands. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since Wu Hua wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. Xiaoyang snorted. He walked out of the courtyard and slowly walked toward the inn where Wu Hua was. As he walked, he wiped off the makeup on his body. The current makeup was from when he first came to the two sect towns. So far, no one knew that he was Xiaoyang. However, when Xiaoyang removed his makeup, his true face was gradually revealed to the others. Among the many people on the streets and alleys, there were many people who hid their identities. On the surface, they were just passers-by and ordinary street vendors, but secretly they could be spies and informants of some forces. After seeing Xiaoyang, they all made excuses to leave the place. Then they found a remote place where they sent out messages to inform their respective organizations. Under the cover of Xiaoyang's spiritual consciousness, Xiaoyang was naturally aware of these people's every move, but he didn't care. He walked straight towards the direction of the inn. Just as Xiaoyang was about to reach the inn, 3 to 5 local tyrants jumped out and blocked his path. "Brat, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Let's go, hurry up, and leave with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The local tyrants roared angrily at Xiaoyang. Their expressions were ferocious, and their eyes revealed madness and cruelty. They would rather offend Xiaoyang than provoke Wu Hua, who was at the 7th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm. Xiaoyang chuckled. His expression was contemptuous. He didn't care about these local tyrants. He sneered and said, "Then lead the way. Let's go see the bald brat." He naturally knew that these local tyrants were forced to move by Wu Hua. "Humph! It's good that you know what's good for you. Follow me." The local tyrants said, and then led the way to the inn where Wu Hua was. Xiaoyang blinked and followed him with a faint smile on his face. When they reached the entrance of the inn, they saw dozens of people lined up on both sides of the inn. They were basically the local tyrants of the two sect towns. Some were frivolous, some were proud, some were conceited, and some were contemptuous. Their expressions varied. They didn't take Xiaoyang seriously and thought that Xiaoyang was easy to deal with. "Come up." The local tyrant, who had already entered the inn, shouted at Xiaoyang, "An old friend wants to invite me. Of course I won't refuse." Xiaoyang said slowly. With his head held high and his chest out, he strode into the inn. Then he went upstairs. His footsteps made thumping sounds on the wooden stairs. On the 2nd floor of the inn, a local tyrant reported to Wu Hua, "Senior, he's here." The bald Wu Hua nodded and waved his hand to dismiss these local tyrants. The local tyrants were very sensible. They automatically stood on both sides of Wu Hua and lined up neatly. Then they saw Xiaoyang coming up alone. "How dare you? Why don't you kneel down when you see Senior?" A local tyrant shouted at Xiaoyang and wanted to please Wu Hua. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't pay attention to him at all, the local tyrant suddenly became anxious. He hurried up and wanted to slap Xiaoyang. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he was immediately pushed back by an invisible force. The person who made the move was Wu Hua. The local tyrant was puzzled. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wu Hua with an aggrieved expression. Wu Hua's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "This person is my opponent. No one is allowed to attack him. If you all become his opponents, wouldn't that lower my level as well?" In this day and age, even opponents were particular about qualifications and seniority. Yes, Senior, you're right." The local tyrant hurriedly replied, respectfully. Then he hurriedly trotted to the side and didn't dare to move. Wu Hua didn't pay much attention to such a small figure. His gaze landed on Xiaoyang. He had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with mockery. "Xiaoyang, I didn't expect you to really dare to come." Wu Hua chuckled. "I once thought that we would meet on various occasions, but I didn't expect that we would meet on this occasion." Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't intend to pay attention to him, Wu Hua continued to say, "Xiaoyang, you're really capable. You sneaked into the heavenly sect, saved your master's wife, Ling Long, and successfully escaped here. However, do you think you can still run? Xiaoyang, why don't you surrender? Lu Datai also shouted at Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaochong crossed his arms and sneered. He could recognize that the Xiaoyang in front of him was the former by Xiaochun. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense, Xiaoyang said coldly. He slowly released his momentum and even raised it to the 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. This horrible pressure suddenly made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Many local tyrants showed a terrified expression, as if they didn't expect that they had just provoked an old monster. They were almost scared to death. They were all glad that they didn't attack Xiaoyang. Otherwise, they would definitely be in trouble. In addition, Lu Xiaochong and Lu Datai also panicked. Their faces changed dramatically and became extremely pale. They originally thought that Xiaoyang, who came alone, was a soft persimmon and easy to bully. They didn't expect that he was also in existence that they couldn't afford to provoke. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a sound. Chapter 744. Xiaoyang knew that the people of the Sky Sect would not just send their disciples to their deaths. They must have experts tailing them from behind. They might even be watching in the dark. If he continued to stall, it would be very disadvantageous for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, I've long wanted to fight you. Now is the right time. Make your move. Wu Hua stood up with a straight face. His temperament was cold, and a sharp aura was released from his body. Since the beginning of the poison sect, he had already begun to fight with Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, he had always been defeated by Xiaoyang. Because of this, he was very unwilling to accept it. He even left the poison sect and betrayed the poison sect, revealing his true identity. Now, with the help of the Sky Sect's 3rd supremacy, his cultivation had risen to the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. After losing to Xiaoyang, he had diligently cultivated, making his foundation even more solid. Even if he were to face Xiaoyang in the same realm again, he would not be afraid. The Dharma is boundless. Wu Hua shouted. His hands quickly formed seals, condensing a ray of Buddha's light that instantly shot toward Xiaoyang. This ray of Buddha's light was incomparably bright and pure. Anyone who saw it would be dazed for a moment, as if they were lost in the Buddha's light. Insignificant skill. Xiaoyang coldly snorted. He did not take Wu Hua's attack seriously at all. After ridiculing him, he immediately used a martial technique. Take my absolute sword realm. He spoke disdainfully. With a flip of his hand, he took out the immortal sword he had obtained from the sword tomb in the ancient ruins and used a martial technique called the sword realm. This sword realm was almost invincible in terms of defense in the same realm. As long as he used this sword realm, no martial technique would be able to hurt him. With the naked eye, Wu Hua's Buddha's light bombarded Xiaoyang's body. However, it could not hurt Xiaoyang at all. All the power of the Buddha's light was blocked by Xiaoyang's sword realm. Xiaoyang's body seemed to be enveloped by a light shield. This light shield was an illusion formed by the immortal sword's rapid flight, forming countless afterimages. Unable to withstand a single blow, he couldn't help but sneer when he saw that Wu Hua's Dharma Boundless was so useless. He raised his finger and pointed at Wu Hua. The other flying sword buzzed and instantly flew out, piercing towards Wu Hua. This sword was the Ash Wolf sword, which was personally refined by the poison sect master for Xiaoyang. Its power was unparalleled. As the Azure Wolf sword appeared, a 5th level martial arts grandmaster sword spirit wolf demon appeared. It howled and immediately launched an attack on Wu Hua. Damn it. No Flower's expression suddenly became very ugly. He didn't expect that the martial skill he had painstakingly cultivated, the Dharma Boundless, would not be able to hurt Xiaoyang. Instead, it was Xiaoyang who attacked him. Deliver all living beings from torment. He suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted again. Visible to the naked eye, layers of Buddhist light appeared on his body, enveloping him tightly. His defense was tight. When the ash wolf's sword pierced his body, it was immediately blocked by his Buddhist light and could not move an inch further. At this moment, the sword spirit wolf demon also crazily attacked Wu Hua. Its wolf claws kept slapping, and a violent power was constantly emitted, attacking Wu Hua's body. Unfortunately, it was also blocked by the Buddhist light on Wu Hua's body. After not seeing you for so long, you've become more capable. Xiao Yang chuckled, and his eyes were full of ridicule. Immediately after, he used the mental attack spell of the Traceless Dream. His majestic divine sense spread out like a tide and then condensed together to form needle-like threads, which instantly pierced into Wu Hua's mind. Even if Wu Hua's external defense was powerful, it was useless. A person's vital point was always the sea of consciousness. Oh no! After Wu Hua sensed Xiao Yang's intention, his expression changed again. When he had fought with Xiao Yang previously, he had already experienced Xiao Yang's strange attack and suffered a great loss. This time, it was naturally impossible to be fooled again. With the previous experience, he hurriedly mobilized his divine sense and arranged it around his sea of consciousness, forming a defensive line to block Xiao Yang's divine sense attack. On the surface, both of them had closed their eyes and were full of confidence. But with the passage of time, Wu Hua's cheeks gradually overflowed with sweat and his expression showed pain. It was obvious that he was suffering and tormented. Humph! Fishing for the moon at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Yang instantly withdrew his divine sense attack and then used the fishing for the moon at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, an ancient well appeared in front of him, releasing an ancient aura. There was clear water in the ancient well, and there was a full moon in the well. The moon reflected Wu Hua's bald head and his face. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang reached out his hand and scooped it out of the well, before reaching his hand into it. As he raised his hand, Wu Hua, who was dozens of feet away, let out a blood-curdling scream. He opened his mouth and coughed up blood. His body staggered back and fell to the ground. "You stupid thing, you want to fight with me? Today, let's settle the old and new grudges together, so that you don't cause trouble every 2 or 3 days." Xiao Yang said coldly. His body released a strong murderous intent as he approached Wu Hua step by step. Lu Datai and Lu Xiaochong saw Xiao Yang's power and immediately panicked. They hurriedly retreated to Wu Hua's side, but there was no way to retreat. They felt that they were so cowardly and shameful. After thinking about it, they hurriedly pretended to care about Wu Hua. They squatted down and helped Wu Hua up. They asked with concern, "Senior brother Wu Hua, how are you? How are you? Are you okay?" Wu Hua looked at the two of them and was furious. He thought to himself, "These two cowards are too useless. Let go of me, a group of useless things." He shouted loudly with anger on his face. No one knew whether he was angry at his followers or at his own incompetence. Under his struggle, he broke free from Lu Datai and Lu Xiaochong's support. Wu Hua's face was pale. He looked calmly at Xiao Yang and said fiercely, "Xiao Yang, today it's either you or me. Let's fight to the death." He let out a furious roar and once again activated his cultivation to unleash his strongest killing move, the assimilation martial skill. "Dai Xiao Yang, no one can resist this move of mine, and you will be no exception." At this moment, Wu Hua's body bloomed with light as if he had become a light source. Everyone was so dazzled that they could not open their eyes. They were shocked. As Wu Hua performed this martial technique, his cultivation increased in an instant from the 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster Realm to the 8th level of the martial arts Grandmaster Realm. It did not stop there. The terrifying aura gradually became serious and continued to climb. It did not stop until his cultivation reached the 9th level of the martial arts Grandmaster Realm. Everyone in the inn was terrified and shocked. Chapter 745. A powerful existence at the 9th level of martial arts Grandmaster Realm could almost move unhindered in the world. Even Xiaoyang felt the pressure at this moment and could not help but frown. He could see that Wu Hua's assimilation martial skill was no different from a self-destructing forbidden technique. He only burned his life and vitality in exchange for a temporary powerful strength and cultivation. Once this cultivation was exhausted, he might die. He did not expect that Wu Hua would be able to use such a move in order to deal with him. It could be seen how much Wu Hua hated him. Humph! Xiaoyang could not help but snort coldly. The more ruthless a person was, the more he could not stay. God knew when he would jump out and bite you. Even if he could not hurt you, he would at least affect your mood. The poison sect master dared to release Xiaoyang because he thought that Xiaoyang could protect himself even if he faced Wu Zun. Moreover, Wu Hua had forcibly raised his cultivation. Xiaoyang had plenty of ways to deal with him. Xiaoyang, this time, let's see what you have to fight with me. Haha. Wu Hua grasped the great power of the 9th level of martial arts Grandmaster Realm. His body was full of strength, which gave him great confidence. It was as if he could kill Xiaoyang with just a pinch of his fingers. He could not help but feel proud and laugh wildly. You lost because of your self-righteousness. You dare to fight alone. You think too highly of yourself. Today, I'll send you to heaven. Wu Hua clenched his fists, and even the void shook. This explosive power and cultivation made Wu Hua feel refreshed, and his confidence soared. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoyang with one hand. A sharp light instantly shot out and pierced toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not hesitate and immediately used his body movement to dodge. However, he was still too slow. There was a difference of 2 levels between the 7th level of Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm and the 9th level of Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. No matter how outstanding a 7th level Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm cultivator was, he was as weak as an ant when facing a 9th level Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm cultivator. Bang! With a dull thud, half of Xiaoyang's body was struck by the beam of light. Xiaoyang was sent flying over 30 meters, smashing through 7 or 8 walls and causing the inn to be filled with smoke and dust. Whoosh! Hiss! After seeing this scene, the spectators, who were as weak as ants, could not help but exclaim in shock and admiration. When they looked at No Flower, their eyes were filled with fear and respect. Previously, they could tell that Xiaoyang was strong enough. However, they did not expect that this No Flower was even more abnormal. He could defeat Xiaoyang with just a flick of his finger. It was unbelievable. Xiaoyang got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Wu Hua calmly. Although Wu Hua was very powerful and had even injured him, Xiaoyang was still fearless. He had only wanted to experience the power of a 9th level martial ancestor. It seemed that this was all there was to it. However, this scene of successfully repelling the enemy made Wu Hua extremely excited. He seemed to have found a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. This was the feeling he wanted. Xiaoyang, you finally have a day like this. Haha, don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. I'll play with you and make you beg for death. Otherwise, how can I live up to the humiliation you've inflicted on me all this time? In an instant, No Flower became ferocious and filled with killing intent. His hatred for Xiaoyang had reached an unparalleled level. Not to mention, his current cultivation was forced out by Xiaoyang. He could only maintain his strength for a short period of time. After that, he would either die or be crippled, almost as if he had fallen. Thinking of this, No Flower became even more cruel. Even if he died, he would die after Xiaoyang and make Xiaoyang fall. Take this! With a roar, No Flower directly raised his hand and slapped down at Xiaoyang. Under his slap, almost half of the inn was reduced to ashes. The violent power wreaked havoc everywhere, even injuring many innocent bystanders. Then the entire inn collapsed and sank to the bottom, turning into nothingness. Xiaoyang was no longer in the same place. He was suspended in midair. No Flower stood in the middle of the collapsed inn. His body was covered in debris. He shook his body, and immediately shook off the smoke and dust on his body. Then he looked up and saw Xiaoyang in midair. He sneered again and said, "Xiaoyang, are you at your wits' end? Are you at your wits' end? What I want is to see you die a miserable death. Come down." No Flower stretched out his hand and exploded with the terrifying cultivation of a 9th-level martial ancestor. He grabbed at the air, and a majestic suction was generated. It swept through half the sky and stirred up many clouds. "If I don't show my power, do you think I'm a sick cat?" "Humph!" Xiaoyang snorted softly. He made a gesture with both hands and immediately used the teleportation technique. A teleportation force swept out from his body in an instant and engulfed Wu Hua's body in an instant. The next moment, No Flower exclaimed and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on the mountain tens of thousands of feet away. Whoosh! Hiss! This was incredible. Many of the spectators, who had already run far away, cried out in surprise when they saw what Xiaoyang had done. There were even sounds of people sucking in cold breaths. Their faces were once again filled with shock. No Flower, who had been strengthened, was very powerful and could almost move unhindered in the world. Xiaoyang was destined to be defeated. But who would have thought that Xiaoyang, with a 7th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation, could fight against No Flower, who was a 9th-level martial ancestor realm martial ancestor? He was not at a disadvantage, and even teleported No Flower away. They looked at Xiaoyang as if they were looking at a celestial being. Their eyes sparkled, and they almost knelt on the ground to worship him. It's this move again. Damn it. On the mountain tens of thousands of feet away, No Flower, who had been teleported here, roared to the sky and was driven mad. He had been teased by Xiaoyang many times in the past. He did not expect that he would be played by Xiaoyang again because of his carelessness. This made him furious again. He stamped his foot, and the entire mountain exploded in an instant, razing it to the ground. "Damn it, Xiaoyang! I'm absolutely irreconcilable with you." No Flower was so angry that he almost went crazy. After roaring, he unleashed his cultivation again and quickly rushed in the direction of the 2-sect towns. With the eruption of his 9th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation, he arrived in front of Xiaoyang in 3 breaths. "Xiaoyang, if you have the ability, let's fight fair and square. Now that I've forced you to use the teleportation skill, you must have no other moves. Let's see how long you can hold on." No Flower roared loudly and slapped his hands repeatedly. His attacks were fierce, and he wanted to kill Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent's attack had yet to land on him, he once again used the greater teleportation technique. Chapter 746. In the next moment, Wu Hua was thrown tens of thousands of feet away again. Boom! 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 Wu Hua was so angry that he kept exploding his cultivation and bombarding the mountain where he was, directly raising several mountains to the ground. Wu Hua's crazy shouts came from afar. "Xiaoyang, don't make me look down on you. What else can you do besides playing such shameless tricks?" Xiaoyang curled his lips, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sarcastic smile. He muttered to himself, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Heaven fire, come out." Xiaoyang called out, and the flame seed of the mid-level heavenly fire appeared in his palm. Azure Wolf Sword and Immortal Sword combined the 2 swords. Buzz! 2 swords flew out from Xiaoyang's body and lined up on both sides of Xiaoyang. "Poison Vein, activate." Xiaoyang shouted again and activated the Heaven-Devouring Poison skill and the Heaven-Devouring Poison supreme technique. He activated the Poison Vein and released a strong poison that spread over the 2 swords. Then he let the heaven fire shroud the 2 swords and combine the 2 swords with an amazing temperature and burning power. Go! Seeing that Wu Hua would appear in front of him in the next moment, Xiaoyang put 2 fingers of his right hand together and formed a sword finger. He pointed at Wu Hua, who was rushing toward him. After he pointed his finger, the sword buzzed and turned into a ray of light, instantly piercing toward Wu Hua. Humph, insignificant skill. Wu Hua didn't take it seriously at all. He sneered and didn't take it seriously, relying on his cultivation as a 9th-level martial arts grandmaster. He tried to catch the sword with his bare hands. When he clasped his hands to catch the sword was immediately blocked and couldn't continue to move forward. Wu Hua couldn't help but sneer. He was even more disdainful of Xiaoyang and even mocked him. "Xiaoyang, you can't do it. You're falling behind, haha." He thought that Xiaoyang's strongest attack was nothing more than that. However, Xiaoyang's strongest attack was easily caught by him. What else could Xiaoyang do to him? This made Wu Hua laugh wildly and arrogantly, and at the same time, it also boosted his self-confidence. However, as he laughed, he couldn't laugh anymore. Instead, he frowned and let out a soft cry of surprise. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Sure enough, in the next moment, the medium heavenly fire exploded. With a puff, it was as if a gust of wind blew through the flames. The flames instantly spread and burned, covering a radius of 100 feet, including Wu Hua himself. It kept burning Wu Hua. The blazing heat and the unbearable burning power shocked Wu Hua. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly put up a defensive light shield to resist the burning of the medium heavenly fire. The medium heavenly fire couldn't do anything to Wu Hua for a while. However, they were both wearing each other out and were in a stalemate. Wu Hua secretly heaved a sigh of relief and wanted to laugh out loud. He thought that Xiaoyang couldn't fight him head-on and could only play such tricks. Now that he had seen through this trick and blocked it, what else could Xiaoyang do? However, before he could laugh, another unforeseen event occurred. His hands instantly turned black, as if there was a layer of black fog on the skin of his arms. The black fog continued to spread and climbed up his arms in an instant. Then it split into 2 directions, one to his neck and cheeks, and the other to his chest and lower body. Wherever the black mist spread, Wu Hua felt a wave of numbness and lost his consciousness. Oh no! Wu Hua's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with horror. In the end, he did not expect Xiaoyang to have such a sinister ability. He actually used poison. Despicable. Shameless. Xiaoyang, you are a righteous man. How could you use poison? Don't you feel ashamed? Wu Hua was extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would fall into Xiaoyang's trap. Even though he was at the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster realm, he still couldn't defeat Xiaoyang, who was at the 7th level of martial arts grandmaster realm. This made him extremely indignant. However, what was the use of it? As the saying goes, one wrong move and the whole game is lost. This saying referred to people like Wu Hua. Whether I am despicable and shameless or not, you can go down and tell King Yama. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Taking advantage of Wu Hua's numbness, he once again used his sword fingers to display his swordsmanship. The 2 swords combined, and the light sword instantly penetrated Wu Hua's chest. Then it penetrated Wu Hua's chest from the back to the front, completely crushing Wu Hua's heart. Xiaoyang! Wu Hua looked at the 2 big holes in his chest in astonishment, and his face was filled with disbelief. He wanted to say a few more words, but he couldn't. He felt weak all over, and then he suddenly collapsed on the ground, motionless. Sky sect won't let you go. Just you wait. Wu Hua died with his eyes open. He stared at Xiaoyang with a pair of resentful eyes, and his lips squirmed. Xiaoyang curled his lips. He didn't take Wu Hua's threat seriously at all. If he was really afraid of Sky Sect, how could he have infiltrated Sky Sect and dared to rescue his master's wife, Linglong, who was imprisoned in Phoenix? He took a few steps forward and came to Wu Hua's side. He stretched out his hand to check Wu Hua's signs of life. After confirming that Wu Hua was really dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he summoned the sky fire and let it cremate Wu Hua. Big brother, no, sir, please spare our lives. We are all innocent. As Xiaoyang got up, Wu Hua's followers, as well as many local bullies who had taken Xiaoyang hostage, immediately panicked. They all turned pale and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy and kowtowing to Xiaoyang. Wu Hua, who was at the 9th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm, was powerful enough. In the end, he was still killed by Xiaoyang. They would rather offend Wu Hua than offend Xiaoyang, not to mention that Wu Hua had already died. These local bullies were all uneasy and scared out of their wits. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would hold them responsible for this. Lu Datai, Lu Xiaochong, and the others were pale. They also knelt on the ground and wailed. Xiaoyang said coldly, "I can't let you live. You are so close to Wu Hua." After these words, Xiaoyang manipulated the sky fire and swept them in an instant. "Ah, no, spare our lives." Lu Datai, Lu Xiaochong, and Wu Hua's followers and attendants panicked when they saw Xiaoyang attack. Their faces changed dramatically, and they cried out in fear. Xiaoyang controlled the flying sword with one hand and attacked them. When they were about to be killed, Xiaoyang hesitated again and said, "Heaven is virtuous. I won't kill you, but I won't let you go easily." 1,000 poisonous hands. After he withdrew the sword, he immediately performed the 1,000 poisonous hands. Chapter 747. The 1,000 poisonous palms transformed into hundreds of poisonous palms that landed on Lu Datai, Lu Xiaochong, and the others. Each of them coughed up blood, and their cultivation bases were crippled. Your cultivation bases have been crippled. You've become ordinary people. I hope you'll take care of yourselves for the rest of your lives. Xiaoyang withdrew his heavenly flame and turned to leave. Lu Datai and Lu Xiaochong were bitter and helpless. Many of the people whose cultivation bases had been crippled were already crying and wailing. They had always followed Wu Hua and relied on him to act like a tyrant. Who knew how many people they had offended? Now that their cultivation bases had been crippled, those people they had offended would definitely come back to cause trouble for them. They were panicking inside. As for the local tyrants, they hastily left when they saw Xiaoyang leave. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would remember them. They had tried to bring Xiaoyang here for Wu Hua and had almost attacked Xiaoyang. Thinking of this, they almost wanted to die. The reason why Xiaoyang did not make things difficult for these local tyrants was because, firstly, they were weak and he did not put them in his eyes. Secondly, the situation and environment of these two towns were like this. These local tyrants could not be avoided. Even if they were killed, another group would definitely emerge. Xiaoyang walked through the streets of Two Sects Town. He planned to leave and return to the poison sect. Now that Wu Hua was dead, a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. His thoughts were much smoother. Back when he was under by Xiaochun's identity, Wu Hua, Lu Datai, and Lu Xiaochong had targeted him many times. Now that these people had met with tragic ends, he could finally account for the past. However, whenever he thought of Zhan Ruxue, Baldi Fong, and the others, Xiaoyang's heart ached. In the end, he could only sigh. As he walked, his thoughts drifted. Before he knew it, he had reached the entrance of the village. As long as he continued forward, he would be out of Two Sects Town's range. However, there were already people waiting for him in front of him. It was the Celestial Sects people. Xiaoyang could not help but narrow his eyes and snort coldly in his heart. Even a genius of the Sky Sect, like Wu Hua, had been wiped out by him. Who else would dare to court death now? When it came to the people of the Sky Sect, of course, it was best to get rid of them as soon as possible. Xiaoyang, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A light voice drifted over. The voice was light and filled with frivolity. Xiaoyang looked around and saw Zhan Ruxue, Supervisor Zhang, Baldi Fong, Pang Dashin, Pang Duan, and Little Monkey. His heart skipped a beat as if a string had been pulled from the deepest part of his heart. It turned out to be them. He didn't expect them to catch up so early. Xiaoyang could not help but feel apprehensive and hesitantly stopped in his tracks. The highest cultivation among them was only at the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. With Jean Rouchiouet as the leader, they were considered a team. Xiao Yang was extremely familiar with this team. In the past, when he was playing the role of Bai Xiaochun, he had teamed up with them to carry out various missions. He even had various friendships with them. At this moment, both sides were on different sides, yet they were about to clash. This made Xiao Yang's heart ache. The one who spoke was Supervisor Zhang. Supervisor Zhang held his head high and looked down at Xiao Yang with disdain. Supervisor Zhang could not recognize the relationship between Xiao Yang and Bai Xiaochun. He only treated Xiao Yang as Xiao Yang and Bai Xiaochun as Bai Xiaochun. He did not know that Bai Xiaochun, who he had a good relationship with, was actually Xiao Yang in disguise. Supervisor Zhang was not the only one who felt this way. Even Pang Huashan, Pang Huan brothers, Baldy Fong, and Little Monkey felt the same way. They simply could not associate the beloved and respected Bai Xiaochun with Xiao Yang. Only Jean Rouchiouet frowned and stared at Xiao Yang in a daze. He was speechless for a long time. He had already guessed the answer, but he still could not believe it. So should he fight or not? Jean Rouchiouet was very conflicted. There were many pieces of evidence that Xiao Yang was Bai Xiaochun. If not for Xiao Yang saving them back then, they would already be dead. However, the fundamental problem was the poison sect and the celestial sect. Now, the poison sect's representative, Xiao Yang, had gone to the celestial sect to cause trouble and rescued the imprisoned Linglong. This was a challenge to the celestial sect's prestige. As a celestial sect disciple, there was no reason not to fight. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the expressions of his former friends. At the same time, he sighed ruefully. He also knew that the Bai Xiaochun character he had played before had already fallen. Even if he knew the truth, he couldn't reveal it. He could only act as Xiao Yang. Oh, the celestial sect's people came pretty quickly. Wu Hua has already fallen at my hands. And that's under the premise that he used a forbidden self-detonation art. With your cultivation bases, what can you use to fight me? I advise you to be tactful and don't block my way out. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Xiao Yang raised his head and smirked. His tone was frivolous and full of confidence that made people believe him without a doubt. What, Wu Hua's dead? You killed Wu Hua? Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, Pang Dashan, and the others were shocked. Their eyes widened and their tongues were tied. Disbelief filled their eyes. They had always hated Wu Hua and Lu Detai because they were always bullied. They had long wanted to vent their anger, but their cultivation bases were too high and their status was too high. They couldn't do anything to them. Who would have thought that Xiao Yang would do what they wanted? This was simply too satisfying. Wonderful. After being stunned for a while, they couldn't help but cheer with smug expressions. However, they quickly restrained their emotions. No matter how happy they were in their hearts, they couldn't show it on the surface. They were all disciples of the celestial sect, and now they were facing the same enemy. Although they tried their best to hide it, if one looked closely, they could see that they were very excited and happy. Xiao Yang curled his lips. As a former teammate, he naturally understood how they felt. After thinking about it, he added, and his followers, they were all basically crippled by me. If I didn't show mercy, they would have been killed by me. Oh, there are two of them. I think they're called Lu Detai and Lu Xiaochong. Wow. Supervisor Zhang and the others were about to burst into an uproar. They thought that they shouldn't act like this in case the other celestial sex people saw them. They quickly used their hands to cover their open mouths and restrain themselves from making excited sounds. However, their trembling bodies had already betrayed them. It was obvious how excited and happy they were. Humph, Xiao Yang, you bastard. You came to the celestial sect to commit a crime, and now you've killed a celestial sect's disciple. How dare you say it so openly? Are you looking to die? Are you looking down on us because we don't dare to attack? Chapter 748. Baldy Fong was immediately enraged and scolded Xiao Yang fiercely. Although he didn't hate Xiaoyang, he still had to show his position so that others wouldn't think of him as a traitor. Actually, many of them were secretly grateful to Xiaoyang for helping them get rid of their greatest enemy. However, both sides had different standpoints, and they simply could not recognize that the Xiaoyang in front of them was the brother they once respected. Therefore, they were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted nothing more than to kill Xiaoyang as soon as possible. Yao Qin frowned and looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. No matter how he looked at Xiaoyang, he felt that Xiaoyang was very familiar. On the other hand, Zhan Ruxue had a complicated look on his face. After experiencing so many things, it was obvious that Xiaoyang was by Xiaochun. He really didn't expect this. Since both sides had met here, there must be disciples from other heaven sects watching from other places. If Zhan Ruxue let Xiaoyang go just like that, those heaven sects disciples would definitely jump to their feet and curse at Zhan Ruxue's group. Now that Wu Hua had fallen, Wu Hua, who had always doted on the three supremes, would definitely use this as an excuse to attack them. Don't make a move. You're not Xiaoyang's match. Senior brother Yao Qin, how about we join forces to fight the enemy? After Zhan Ruxue figured out the cause and effect, he instructed Supervisor Zhang and the others and invited Yao Qin. He was the leader of the team, so the others naturally didn't have any objections. Ever since Supervisor Zhang and the others found out that Wu Hua had been killed by Xiaoyang, their hearts were filled with fear. It couldn't be better if they didn't make a move. Yao Qin nodded seriously and slowly circulated his cultivation to cooperate with Zhan Ruxue. Xiaoyang, it's your bad luck to have met us. Why don't you surrender? We'll teach you a lesson. Zhan Ruxue roared angrily at Xiaoyang and immediately used 3 sets of martial skills to attack Xiaoyang. These 3 sets of martial skills were not considered powerful. Xiaoyang was also very familiar with them because these 3 sets of martial skills were taught to him by Zhan Ruxue. Yao Qin assisted from the side. He used the soul fall hand and formed many palm prints that bombarded Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang blinked. He immediately understood Zhan Ruxue's intention. As for Yao Qin's hesitation, he would let him continue to hesitate. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. What a disgrace. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and executed the cloud-pushing palm martial technique. When the firmament palm was cultivated to its peak, it directly condensed a 5-finger mountain that came crashing down. In an instant, it disintegrated the enemy's martial arts technique. At the same time, it forced Zhan Ruxue and Yao Qin to retreat. Then he used the barbarian god's finger. His cultivation of the 7th level martial arts Grandmaster exploded without any reservation. Both Zhan Ruxue and Yao Qin were instantly hit by the barbarian god's finger. They suffered serious injuries and were sent flying. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Humph, you won't be so lucky the next time we meet. After Xiaoyang repelled the 2 of them, he immediately executed his movement technique and fled into the distance. At the same time, he left behind a ruthless sentence. Supervisor Zhang, Baldi Fong, and the rest were furious. They could not wait to chase after Xiaoyang and fight him to the death. Stop chasing! Zhan Ruxue quickly shouted when he saw that they were about to chase after him. He did not vomit blood at first. In order to make it seem more realistic, he used a little of his cultivation, causing his blood and qi to churn. He opened his mouth and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Ah, Senior Brother Zhan, are you all right? That bastard Xiaoyang is actually so heavy-handed. Supervisor Zhang, Pang Dashan, and the rest originally wanted to chase after Zhan Ruxue. However, when they saw that Zhan Ruxue was seriously injured, they immediately gave up on the idea. They stopped and walked closer to Zhan Ruxue, looking at him with concern. Yao Qin, who was beside Zhan Ruxue, took a deep breath and looked at Zhan Ruxue in shock. His original hesitation instantly vanished. He had thought it through. Xiaoyang was definitely related to Zhan Ruxue. Otherwise, Zhan Ruxue would not have acted. He and Zhan Ruxue had shared the brunt of Xiaoyang's attack. His own injuries were not that serious. Jean Rushiwe had also exaggerated a bit. Could it be that Xiaoyang is by Xiaochun? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would not have been able to force back the 3 factions in Flame City. Jean Rushiwe and the rest did not chase after him, but the other Heavenly Sect disciples who had rushed over didn't let go of this chance. They all chased after Xiaoyang. Among them were Lu Pinghong and Wang Kaixian. One of them was a genius of the Heavenly Sect's Array Pavilion, while the other was a genius of the Alchemy Pavilion. They had both been the representatives of the Heavenly Sect to the Poison Sect for an exchange. However, they had been humiliated by Xiaoyang. During this period of time, they had worked hard and trained hard. They had rapidly increased their cultivation and attainments in their specialties. They couldn't wait to find Xiaoyang and avenge their humiliation. Now that they had finally found Xiaoyang, and in a place like the 2 sect towns, they naturally wouldn't let Xiaoyang get away so easily. They were a team with a total of more than 10 people. Other than their team, there were 7 or 8 other teams tailing them. Among them, there was no lack of 7th-level martial ancestor, Heavenly Sect personal disciples. Come, let's follow them. Seeing Lu Pinghong, Wang Kaixian, and the rest of the people from the various halls chasing after them, Jean Rushiwe could no longer sit still. He was a bit worried about Xiaoyang's safety. He called out to his team members and chased after them again. But, senior brother, your injuries... Someone was concerned about Jean Rushiwe. Jean Rushiwe let out a dry cough and said righteously, "What's the big deal? I'm not afraid to die for the sake of the sect." His words caused his face to blush. Even Yao Qin could not stand it any longer. The group continued on their way, following closely behind the other groups. Xiaoyang was heading toward the place where his master's wife, Linglong, was staying. Previously, Xiaoyang had killed Wu Hua at the inn in the 2 sect towns, which had alerted the old woman, the 3rd supremacy of the Heavenly Sect. The old woman had used the teleportation formation and arrived at the 2 sect towns. Her goal was to kill Xiaoyang and avenge Wu Hua's death. Wu Hua, whom she valued and loved the most, had been killed. Her heart ached as if it had been stabbed by a knife. Along the way, she was furious and in a terrible mood. Regardless of who it was, she would wave her hand to dismiss anyone who stood in her way. After arriving near the 2 sect towns, she had initially planned to head toward the inn where Wu Hua was staying. Unfortunately, she was stopped by Linglong before she could get close to the village. 3rd Supremacy, long time no see. When the 3rd Supremacy of the Heavenly Sect appeared on the grassland, Linglong greeted her indifferently. She had a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with delight. Back then, the 3rd Supremacy of the Heavenly Sect was the one who had sealed her cultivation, causing her to suffer all kinds of pain and humiliation in the laundry garden of Qiufenghuang's prison. The 3rd Supremacy must have secretly instructed her to do so. Otherwise, why would the laundry garden of Qiufenghuang have something against her? It's you. Chapter 749. The 3rd Supremacy stopped in her tracks and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a familiar figure who could be considered an old acquaintance of hers. They had known each other for decades and had become enemies. Linglong, haha! The 3rd Supremacy recognized Linglong's identity and sneered. I thought you had left. I didn't expect you to still be here waiting for your death. After so many years, you haven't grown at all. Since I was able to seal you many years ago, I can seal you this time too. Let's see where you can run to, and if there will be a second person coming to save you. After the 3rd High Lord left behind a few ruthless words, he immediately attacked Linglong. She relied on Wu Zun's cultivation to naturally suppress Linglong. A casual wave of her hand was enough to cause Linglong to feel immense pressure. Fortunately, Linglong was no longer the Linglong of the past. After so many years of accumulation and tempering her temperament, even with her cultivation as a martial ancestor, level 9 martial ancestor, the 3 Supremes were unable to do anything to her. even though it was a little strenuous. After exchanging blows with Ling Long for a while, the Third Supremacy immediately sensed the change in Ling Long and could not help but exclaim softly. This delay had lasted for an hour, causing the Third Supremacy to be flustered and exasperated. Her original intention was to save Wu Hua and get rid of Xiaoyang. She could not wait any longer. If she had arrived earlier, she might have been able to save Wu Hua with her supreme, remarkable ability. However, she did not expect to be held back by Ling Long, delaying her precious time to save Wu Hua. Now, so much time had passed. Even if she had rushed over, she would not have been able to save Wu Hua, and Xiaoyang would have run far away. Damned bitch, Ling Long, what are you doing? The Third Supremacy glared at Ling Long with her phoenix eyes filled with rage. Her expression was ferocious and filled with anger. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would know that this must have been planned by Ling Long and Xiaoyang. This was preposterous. She had actually fallen into the hands of these two fellows. She was the great Wu Zun, and she had never suffered such a big loss before. You are courting death. I will not let you go, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. The Third Supremacy roared like a madman again. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. She was actually a little angry with herself. Why had she stopped the moment she saw Ling Long and even wanted to catch her? It was all her own consciousness, inertia, and thinking. If she hadn't wanted to catch Ling Long again, she wouldn't have wasted so much time and precious time to save Wu Hua. Boom, boom, boom. The Third Supreme Lord was so angry that he kept unleashing his supreme cultivation base. He released rays of light and qi attacks that bombarded various places, causing explosions. Ling Long relied on her ingenious movement technique, and her body was like an aureole, constantly flashing and dodging. No matter how the three Supremes attacked her like cannons, they were unable to hurt her at all. Third Supremacy, how is it? Did it feel good? Even if you don't feel good, what can you do? What can you do to me? Ling Long smiled relaxedly. She was standing on a rock in the distance. She stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and twirled the hair on her forehead. She looked at the Third Supreme Lord with disdain. Although she had used up a lot of energy in such a short period of time and was sweating, she was still very happy. This was a form of revenge against the Third Supreme Lord. Ah, bitch, I will tear you apart. The feeling of being toyed with was too unbearable. It was almost driving her crazy. The Third High Lord couldn't take it anymore. In a fit of rage, she attacked Ling Long again. Seeing that her martial skills couldn't hurt Ling Long, she decided to start a close-range fight. No matter where Ling Long dodged, she would follow her and attack her with punches and kicks. Ling Long couldn't bear it anymore. After all, her cultivation base was one level lower than the Third Supreme Lord's. Moreover, there was a huge gap between heaven and earth that couldn't be crossed. After fighting for more than 10 breaths, Ling Long was no match for the Third Supreme Lord. She was hit several places. Fortunately, she managed to avoid being hit in the vital areas. Otherwise, she would have died. Let's see how you can dodge this time. The Third Supreme Lord said fiercely. She had tasted the sweetness and knew that this was the best way to deal with Ling Long. She stuck to Ling Long like sticky candy, fiercely entangling Ling Long and continuously attacking Ling Long. Each attack was more ruthless than the last, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. Moreover, her attacks were cunning, and each attack was full of killing intent. If Ling Long could not dodge in time, she would immediately be killed. Ling Long couldn't compare with the Third Supreme Lord in terms of movement techniques, cultivation base, and fist techniques. Ling Long was at a disadvantage again and again. She was completely at a disadvantage. Let's see if you can die this time. The Third Supreme Lord laughed evilly. She felt a lot better. She had been toyed with by Ling Long. Now, she could finally vent her anger. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Ling Long was hit by the Third Supreme Lord. She was sent flying and crashed into a mountain in the distance. The mountain shook and many rocks fell down. Ling Long was seriously injured. Blood flowed out of her mouth. She had been fighting with Wu Zun for so long. Even if she was strong, she couldn't bear it. However, in order to give Xiaoyang enough time, she would rather continue to delay, even if she had to pay a higher price. Again, Ling Long shouted. She wasn't afraid at all. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wu Zun law of death. At this point, the third supremacy, the old woman, was truly enraged. She directly used the power of law that was unique to martial supremacies. The mastery and control of the law of death could show the strength of Wu Zun's cultivation base. A sense of death instantly descended and lingered in Ling Long's heart. Ling Long's heart trembled. Only at the moment of death would there be such a strong sense of death. Could it be that Wu Zun was so strong that he couldn't be surpassed? Seal death. The third master's silver hair and robes fluttered in the wind. After he shouted, a mysterious power descended from the sky and completely sealed Ling Long's body. Ling Long couldn't dodge or use any techniques to defend herself. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Ling Long felt that she couldn't move her body. She couldn't help but tremble. The sense of death became stronger and stronger. It was impossible to resist. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Ling Long's face gradually aged. Her originally black hair also slowly changed color, becoming white. Her life force and lifespan were rapidly decreasing. In just 5 more breaths of time, she would die of old age here. Ling Long felt powerless. Thinking that Xiaoyang was still among the younger generation, she didn't feel sad. Instead, she laughed and calmly accepted the arrival of death. She slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 750. Master's wife, let me help you. Greater teleportation art. At the critical moment when Ling Long was about to die, Xiaoyang arrived just in time and used the greater teleportation art without hesitation. Boundless teleportation power and mysterious laws spread out from Xiaoyang's body and instantly enveloped the old woman. In the next moment, the old woman was teleported tens of thousands of feet away. Master's wife, how are you? Are you okay? After teleporting the third supremacy away, Ling Long's body relaxed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body staggered and her legs went soft. She immediately collapsed on the ground, extremely weak. Fortunately, Ling Long was saved by Xiaoyang. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would have died from shame. Let's go. Xiaoyang didn't say anything and directly carried Ling Long on his back and quickly left. He knew that the third supremacy would definitely not let this go and would quickly chase after them. Although tens of thousands of feet seemed very far, it was actually just a blink of an eye for the great Wu Zun. Sure enough, just as Xiaoyang left, the third supremacy reappeared where they were originally. Seeing Xiaoyang quickly flee to the east, her face was gloomy and she coldly snorted. She viciously said, Xiaoyang, you killed Wu Hua, and now you dare to show yourself in public and throw away your life. I'll fulfill your wish. After roaring, he once again erupted with his cultivation and instantly chased after them. In addition, Lu Pinghong, Wang Kaixian, and the other heavenly sect disciples also chased after them. Chase! That guy is carrying people, he can't run fast. One after another, shouts rang out, and the chase became even more frantic. After running for a while, Xiaoyang couldn't help but gasp for breath, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He spread out his divine sense, found a direction, and then increased his speed again. Xiaoyang had expected that the heavenly sect would definitely not let this go, but he didn't expect that even the third supremacy would appear so quickly. Now that Qi Yan hadn't come to meet up with them for a long time, he must be fighting with others. Instead, he was worried about Scarlet Flame. If Qi Yan encountered the Sky Sect's Great Venerable Lord and Second Venerable Lord, then he would be in trouble. Ling Long's weak breathing came from his back. Just now, Ling Long had been severely injured in her battle with the Celestial Sect's Third High Lord. She had nearly died. If not for Xiao Yang's timely arrival, she would have long since died. Ling Long had already fallen asleep. After resting for about half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she slowly woke up. Her red lips parted slightly as she said softly to Xiaoyang, "Disciple, put me down. You can escape by yourself. I have lived long enough." She had already sensed the many heavenly sect disciples chasing after her, as well as the old woman from the third supremacy. Even if Xiaoyang escaped alone, he might not be able to escape, let alone now that he had a burden like her with him. "No, Masteress, don't speak. Rest first. We'll leave this place safely and head to the poison sect's territory." Xiaoyang blinked as sweat dripped from the corners of his eyes. He did not even bother to wipe it off. After comforting his masteress, he continued to run. Seeing that the old woman from the third supremacy was about to catch up with him at a frightening speed, Xiaoyang did not hesitate to use the greater teleportation art. In an instant, he had teleported her tens of thousands of feet away. The old woman from the third supremacy was so angry that she cursed and almost went crazy. This was how he had spent the past half an hour. Every time an enemy approached, he would use the greater teleportation art to teleport them tens of thousands of feet away. Of course, if it was people like Lu Pinghong or Wang Kaixian chasing after him, Xiaoyang would not hesitate to turn around and slap them. Relying on his terrifying cultivation of the 7th level martial ancestor realm, the power of his martial skills was astonishing. Many of the heavenly sect disciples who had chased after him had been killed by Xiaoyang in this way. Even Lu Pinghong and Wang Kaixian had been injured. Because of this, they had cursed and cursed as they chased after him. However, they did not dare to chase too closely in case they suffered a calamity again. Both sides were in a deadlock. They could only rely on the third supremacy. However, even if the third supremacy had Wu Zun's cultivation, she had nowhere to use her strength against Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang would not give her a direct confrontation and would directly teleport her away. So what if she had a heaven-defying cultivation? The people from the heavenly sect were going crazy. From the third supremacy to the ordinary heavenly sect disciples, they were angry and angry at Xiaoyang. However, they could not do anything to Xiaoyang. Yet they could not let Xiaoyang go. This chase made them sullen and uncomfortable. Every one of them was gnashing their teeth at Xiaoyang. After running for a while, Xiaoyang found it difficult to decide. Should he abandon Scarlet Flame and run away by himself, or should he stay? If he ran away by himself, wouldn't that be disloyal? But if he stayed, he would be worried about his master's wife, Exquisite. Xiaoyang was caught in a dilemma. Dainty Hero's beautiful hair hung down loosely, and a lot of it draped over Xiaoyang's shoulders and fell onto his chest. Xiaoyang could see that almost all of her hair had turned into hair. It could be seen just how serious the third High Lord's law of death had been on Dainty Hero. It was hard to imagine. "Master's wife, I'll send you back to the poison sect first. I'm sure Martial Uncle will support this as well," Xiaoyang murmured to himself. Then he no longer hesitated. His expression turned resolute as he left the area and flew in the direction of the poison sect. Within the poison sect's territory, the closest city to the two sects was Worry-Free City. As long as they reached the outskirts of the city, they'd be safe for now. Every sect would set up a defensive formation. Whether it was the Sky Sect or the Poison Sect, it was common knowledge to set up a defensive formation in their own territory. "Soon, we'll be safe in half a day." Xiaoyang furrowed his brows, sweat pouring down his face as he sped towards Worry-Free City. Their pursuers were hot on their heels, but the more they chased, the more uneasy they felt. Even their morale was starting to waver. "We'll be in the poison sect's territory soon. Are we going to keep going? Won't that start a war between the two sects? It's hard to say if there's an ambush ahead. What should we do? Should we keep going? If we trigger the poison sect's defensive formation, we won't be able to gain any benefits." Just as they were discussing amongst themselves, the old woman from the third supremacy caught up to them once more. Grinning viciously, she shouted at the fleeing Xiaoyang, "Brat, let's see how many more times you can use the greater teleportation art. Let me tell you, even if I have to get back to the poison sect, I won't let you off." She's determined to start a war between the two sects. This caused the hearts of many Sky sect disciples to tremble when they heard this, especially Jean Rushue's group. Jean Rushue didn't want to fight to the death with Xiaoyang. He already knew that Xiaoyang was by Xiaochun. However, he was just an outer sect disciple and couldn't change the higher-ups' decision. He could only go with the flow for now. Chapter 751. You sure talk a lot of crap. Xiaoyang sneered. He used the greater teleportation art again, expending quite a bit of his cultivation base to teleport the old woman away. There was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't a match for the celestial sect's third supremacy at all. There was a difference of 3 whole realms between them, and that wasn't something he could make up for with petty tricks. Keep chasing if you have the ability. What's the use of boasting? Use your actions to prove it. Don't make me look down on you. Xiaoyang spoke slowly. As he ran, he tilted his head and shouted in the direction of the old woman. The old woman was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Her expression grew even more savage as she swore that she wouldn't be human if she didn't kill Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang wasn't one to be scared, so he ignored her and continued running. He was getting closer and closer to Carefree City. His cultivation base was also rapidly depleting. At this point, he only had 30% of his cultivation base left. Even if he could still use the greater teleportation art, he wouldn't be able to use it more than 5 times. Based on the old woman's speed, 5 chances wouldn't give Xiaoyang enough time. Perhaps this was why the old woman was so arrogant. Maintaining this stalemate, they drew closer and closer to Carefree City. Looking around, they could already see the city's silhouette. This reignited Xiaoyang's hope, but it only affected Lu Pinghong, Wang Kaixian, and the others, causing their morale to drop even further. The poison sect's Carefree City is up ahead. There's bound to be a defensive formation there. Once we trigger it, we won't be able to charge in. Let's retreat. The poison sect isn't stupid. They'll definitely send cultivators to kill us. Many people began to beat a retreat, and even the speed of their pursuit slowed down once again. What are you all panicking for? This supremacy is here to protect you. What are you afraid of? Listen to my orders. All of you give chase. The third supremacy, the old woman, relied on her cultivation as a martial supremacy and her supreme position in the sect to give orders to the heavenly sect disciples. Wang Kaixian, Lu Pinghong, and the others could only grit their teeth and continue the chase. One last chance, Xiaoyang muttered. Greater teleportation. When the old woman from the third supremacy continued to approach, Xiaoyang executed this martial skill once again. However, his cultivation was being consumed too quickly, and he only had a little more than 10% of his cultivation left. Thus, he could only send the old woman far away, and not throw her far away like before. Noticing this change, everyone's spirits were lifted. Someone immediately shouted and cheered. Look, Xiaoyang's cultivation is almost depleted. Hurry up and chase after him. Let's try to intercept Xiaoyang before he enters the array. The eyes of the third High Mistress also lit up. Her expression was one of excitement. Xiaoyang, you can't hold on any longer, can you? Humph. I know that you can't use the greater teleportation technique without limit. Let's see who can save you this time. She sneered again and again. To her, a distance of 100,000 feet was only half a blink of an eye. In the next moment, she lifted her foot, and the moment her foot landed, she appeared more than 10 feet away from Xiaoyang. Everyone go. Xiaoyang can't hold on any longer. The greater teleportation technique is about to lose its effect. The third High Mistress hurriedly reminded the Heavenly Sect disciples. With Wu Zun as a guarantee, the Heavenly Sect disciples chasing after Xiaoyang seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They screamed excitedly and chased after Xiaoyang with all their might. In the eyes of the third High Mistress, Xiaoyang waved his hand and flung Ling Long from his back. After Ling Long was flung away, under the effect of Xiaoyang's cultivation, she slowly flew in the direction of Worry-Free City. Even though they couldn't fly into the Worry-Free City, they were still able to fly 1,000 zhang away from the Worry-Free City, which was within the range of the array formation. Damn it, you're already at death's door. Instead of saving yourself, you want to save that bitch? I'll let you daydream. When the third High Mistress saw Xiaoyang's cultivation, she was even more furious. She roared and a cold aura spread out. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop instantly. In the next moment, the third High Mistress hurriedly flew towards Ling Long. She was unwilling to let Ling Long fly back to within 1,000 feet of Worry-Free City. As she flew, she used a martial skill wanting to catch Ling Long. However, when she was in the air, she suddenly felt her body sink. Looking down, she saw Xiaoyang flying over and hugging her legs, then using all his strength to fling her to the ground. Bastard, damn it. The third High Mistress was so angry that she cursed out loud because of Xiaoyang's antics. Because of Xiaoyang's interference, she couldn't continue to use her martial skill to catch Ling Long. She could only watch as Ling Long was flung to within 1,000 feet of Worry-Free City. Damn you, Xiaoyang, you're courting death. Then, this High Mistress will fulfill your wish. The third High Mistress was incomparably irritable. Her temper was like an erupting volcano, causing others to not dare to approach her. She raised her hand and clenched her 5 fingers, forming a palm print. She immediately attacked Xiaoyang's back. A muffled bang was heard. Xiaoyang cried out. His waist bones were broken. His back was covered in blood, and his flesh was lacerated. It was a shocking sight. The blood that spurted out from his mouth sprinkled down in the air, landing on the Heaven Sect disciples on the ground. Even Zhan Ruxue, Yao Chen, Baldi Fong, Supervisor Zhang, and the others were stained with blood. Good, damn you, Xiaoyang, you finally can't hold on anymore. We'll let you suffer the pain of 1,000 blades. Otherwise, it'll be hard to appease the hatred in our hearts. Many disciples of the heavenly sect shouted, venting their hatred for Xiaoyang. Only Zhan Ruxue and Yao Chen couldn't bear to see Xiaoyang in such a sorry state. Yao Chen was still fine. In the past, he was only a nodding acquaintance with Bai Xiaochun. At most, it would affect his mood. However, Zhan Ruxue, who knew the truth, was different. He considered Bai Xiaochun to be a life and death brother, even though they were enemies due to their different standpoints. However, when he saw Xiaoyang's miserable ending, he couldn't help but feel sad. He felt that it wasn't worth it for Xiaoyang, and tears almost flowed out from the corner of his eyes. He really wanted to help Xiaoyang escape this ordeal, but he was only one of the many outer disciples of the Sky Sect. He was small and weak, so what could he do? Wu Zun and the other 2 High Mistresses were still watching. Xiaoyang, oh Xiaoyang, why do you have to do this? Zhan Ruxue's eyes became misty. He quickly concealed his expression and mimicked the other disciples. He pretended to be angry and glared at Xiaoyang with hatred. No. 3,000 feet away, Ling Long, who had already been flung away by Xiaoyang, could not help but roar out in pain when she saw Xiaoyang's miserable state. Her voice was mournful and sorrowful, and tears flowed out of her peach blossom eyes. Chapter 752. She fell to the ground. Even when she landed, she didn't feel any impact. She knew that Xiaoyang had condensed his cultivation on her body to allow her to land safely. Xiaoyang was wholeheartedly trying to save her. He didn't even think about leaving behind a tiny bit of his cultivation for her. Exquisite saw Xiaoyang's desperation. She also saw the third Exalt madly attacking Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang spat out blood again and again. More than 10 of his bones were broken. The scars on his back were unbearable to look at. Even so, Xiaoyang didn't let go. He still tightly held onto the third Exalt's legs in an attempt to pull her to the ground so that she wouldn't hurt Exquisite. Linglong sobbed as she watched Xiaoyang risk his life for her. She sobbed uncontrollably, her heart in pain. She really wanted to help. She really wanted to die in place of Xiaoyang. However, she couldn't muster any strength. Earlier, she had been attacked by the third Exalt's law of death, causing her cultivation to be greatly depleted. Even her life force and lifespan had been reduced by more than half. Now, not only did she have white hair, but her cheeks, hands, and even the skin on her body had wrinkles. She looked like an old woman past her prime. She was powerless. She could only watch and wail in pain. There was nothing else she could do. Still not letting go? I'll kill you. The third Exalt in the air slapped Xiaoyang several times. She sensed that Xiaoyang still wouldn't let go. This caused her anger to soar once more. It was as if her dignity had been challenged. Her cultivation erupted once more. Dense cultivation energy condensed in her palm. She didn't hide her killing intent at all as she slammed it down on Xiaoyang. This time, Xiaoyang finally couldn't hold on any longer. His hands loosened, and his whole body was blasted to the ground in midair. When he smashed into the ground, a huge crater was smashed into the ground, and blood filled the area within a radius of several meters. The person was lying in the pit, motionless. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. No, Xiaoyang, my disciple. Linglong cried out in pain. She was so sad that blood flowed out of her eyes. It was a ghastly sight. Jean Rushua looked at the lifeless Xiaoyang and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He closed his eyes in pain. Supervisor Zhang, Baldi Fong, and Pang Dashin didn't recognize Xiaoyang. After seeing Xiaoyang's miserable state, they proudly said, "Senior Brother Zhan, look, Xiaoyang is finally convinced. Haha, I wonder if he is dead or not." They were all very excited. After all, they had been chasing after him for such a long time and had suffered so much frustration for so long. Now that they could finally vent their frustrations, they were naturally overjoyed. Jean Rushua forced a smile and agreed with them. Yao Qin maintained his calm throughout. No expression could be seen on his face. "Go, catch that bitch for me. We can't let her go just like that." After third supremacy landed on the ground, she checked Xiaoyang's breathing. After confirming that Xiaoyang was still alive, she stood up and gave orders to Wang Kaixian, Lu Pinghong, and Zhan Rushua. Yes, supremacy. They obeyed the order and charged toward Linglong, who was thousands of feet away. However, when they were about to reach Linglong, when they were about 3,000 meters away from the worry-free city, a screen of light appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Anyone who wanted to break through the light screen and attack the formation was attacked by the defensive formation of Carefree City, without exception. In an instant, more than 10 Sky Sect disciples died tragically in the formation. Although they were only a few meters away from Linglong, this short distance was impossible to cross. It was like a ravine between heaven and earth. After probing a few more times and losing a few more lives, Wang Kaixian, Lu Pinghong, and the others had no choice but to retreat. They came before the old woman and reported respectfully, "Third Supremacy, that bitch is protected by a formation. We can't do anything to her." "Humph, useless things." Third Supremacy was instantly enraged. After cursing, she slapped Lu Pinghong and Wang Kaishuan's cheeks. She spun them around a few times and touched their cheeks. Their cheeks were already swollen and painful. Xiaoyang, who was lying in the pit, was unconscious for a while before he slowly regained consciousness. His body was still weak, and there was no cultivation left in his body. After checking his injuries, he even had the thought of dying. His injuries were too serious and too horrible to look at. His internal organs were all displaced, and many of his bones were broken. Most of his skin was cracked, and the blood in his body was almost completely drained. Fortunately, he had been shaken to the brink of death and was now numb. Otherwise, this kind of immense pain would have almost taken his life. He forcefully sent out his divine sense to check the situation. On the Sky Sect side, the Third Supremacy led a large number of Sky Sect disciples to confront Carefree City. Now that the Worry-Free City was protected by a defensive formation, several martial ancestor realm experts from the Worry-Free City appeared one after another, bringing Ling Long away. However, Ling Long refused to leave no matter what, insisting that the martial ancestor realm experts of the Worry-Free City bring Xiaoyang back. However, the martial arts grandmasters of Carefree City were helpless. Their highest cultivation was only at the 6th level of martial arts grandmaster. They did not dare to step out of the array. The moment they stepped out of the array, they would be eaten by the Third Supremacy. They could not act on impulse. Go, contact Second Supremacy, and bring him here. Let's work together to break the formation. This formation was comparable to 2 Wu Zuns. It required 2 Wu Zuns to break the formation. Otherwise, they could only watch helplessly. After Third Supremacy gave the order, someone immediately left to carry it out. This formation was different from the formation in the city and the sect. The formation in the city only protected one city, while the formation in the sect only protected one sect. The formation in the earth was a formation that protected an entire realm. The scale of the formation was vast and majestic. Those who were not at the level of Wu Zun and above could not break it. Both sides could do nothing but wait. Thousands of feet away from Carefree City, both sides were ready to fight. However, no one made the first move. After waiting for half a day, Lu Pinghong, who had been called away by Third Supremacy, returned and reported, "Third Supremacy, Second Supremacy is here." Following that, everyone heard the sounds of an intense battle. Qi Yan was fighting with Heaven Sect's Second Supremacy. As they fought, they approached. When they fought, both of them were in mid-air. Every time they used their martial skills to attack, the violent energy would strike the ground, causing a series of explosions. Following each explosion, a huge crater would appear. Otherwise, a mountain would be flattened. Chapter 753. They were all Wu Zun experts. Even a random martial skill that missed was enough to destroy countless lives. Not to mention, they all had heaven-class magic treasures in their hands. The existence of heaven-class magic treasures was equivalent to the existence of Wu Zun. The Sky Sect's Second Supremacy wielded the heaven-class magic treasure Caged Phoenix, while the Poison Sect's Qi Yan wielded the heaven-class magic treasure battle axe. The battle between the two of them was like 4 Wu Zuns fighting. The majestic scene and the cruel explosion almost caused many martial ancestors and martial masters to lose their minds. The power was inconceivable. Its Caged Phoenix. Xiaoyang, who was lying motionless in the pit, heard the explosion outside and immediately sensed Caged Phoenix's aura. Back then, Xiaoyang had disguised himself as Bai Xiaochun and snuck into Caged Phoenix. He had already comprehended 90% of Caged Phoenix's formation. Caged Phoenix was the Sky Sect's strongest prison. At the same time, it was also a heaven-class magic treasure. Xiaoyang had already seen through this point. When Xiaoyang left the Sky Sect, he was originally wondering if he should take Caged Phoenix with him. Later, for safety's sake, he didn't take Caged Phoenix and only took Ling Long. He didn't expect that Caged Phoenix would appear here after only a day. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel refreshed. At this moment, Xiaoyang's injuries were too severe. He didn't have any cultivation base to use. If he could use the formation to take Caged Phoenix away and let this heaven-class magic treasure fuse with his body, then he would be able to recover his fighting strength in an instant. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's heart trembled. He hurriedly took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Then, while no one was paying attention, he hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. If he wanted to control Caged Phoenix and fuse this heaven-class magic treasure into his body, then he needed to have cultivation base. Although it didn't need a lot, it would at least consume 10% of his cultivation base. Almost no one noticed Xiao Yang's subtle actions. On the contrary, Jean Rouchouet, who took advantage of the chaos to come up, saw him. The reason why Jean Rouchouet took advantage of the chaos to approach Xiaoyang was because he was worried about Xiao Yang's injury. Only he knew the truth, that Xiaoyang was by Xiaochun. After Jean Rouchouet discovered Xiao Yang's behavior, Xiaoyang also noticed Jean Rouchouet. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, looking at Jean Rouchouet's aloof appearance, Xiaoyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He secretly thought that this guy was really loyal. Originally, there were other people who wanted to take the opportunity to get close to Xiaoyang, but without exception, they were all blocked by Jean Rouchouet, whether intentionally or unintentionally. This gave Xiaoyang more time and space to operate. On the other side of the battlefield, the Sky Sect's second High Lord and Scarlet Flame were locked in a fierce battle. Because most of the Sky Sect's disciples were present, they didn't join in the fun to avoid harming the innocent. Second brother, I'll help you. I want to see just what kind of ability this guy has. Humph. The third High Lord, the old woman, saw that the second High Lord and Scarlet Flame were evenly matched. After waiting for a while, she let out a shout and immediately unleashed her cultivation to join the battle against Scarlet Flame. After fighting Scarlet Flame for a while, the third High Lord was stunned. Why did she feel that Scarlet Flame's martial skills and aura were somewhat familiar? After thinking about it carefully, she immediately understood. She cried out in alarm, "It's you? You're the one who destroyed my clone? Bastard, I finally caught you. I didn't expect you to appear here and be entangled with the poison sex people. This time, I'll make you beg for death." The third supremacy gnashed her teeth as she spoke. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She hated Qi Yan to the extreme. Back then, she'd released her clone in order to rescue Wu Hua from the poison sect. The poison sect's people didn't dare make things difficult for her, so they easily escaped. But when they reached the outskirts of the poison sect's territory, they were attacked by an unknown Wu Zun, causing her clone to die. She'd always been brooding over this. Who would have thought that fate would toy with people? Intentionally or otherwise, she'd finally run into Scarlet Flame, who destroyed her clone. Destroying someone's clone was equivalent to taking their life. It was an irreconcilable enmity. Bastard, why don't you accept your death? The third High Lord immediately used her strongest killing move. It was the law of death she was most familiar with. A thick aura of death spread from her body and swept towards Scarlet Flame. In the blink of an eye, it spread for thousands of meters and completely enveloped him. Qi Yan frowned and took a deep breath. He hastily controlled the heaven-grade battle axe to slash at the old woman. Terrifying beams of light shot out from the axe and instantly enveloped the old woman. The old woman was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and she retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, the second exalted lord saved her with the captive phoenix. Otherwise, she would have been humiliated here. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. When Scarlet Flame sensed the third High Lord's law of death, he hurriedly used a martial skill from the Buddha pavilion. His body released Buddhist light that illuminated the surroundings. The law of death seemed to have met its nemesis. It was completely suppressed, unable to do anything to Scarlet Flame. Scarlet Flame, save Xiaoyang. Bring Xiaoyang back. After Scarlet Flame safely retreated, Linglong, who was supported by many higher-ups of the worry-free city, shouted at Scarlet Flame. Scarlet Flame frowned and released his divine sense. He immediately sensed Xiaoyang in the pit. When he saw the miserable state of Xiaoyang, his anger soared. Who did this? He was immediately enraged. His round eyes were bloodshot, and no one dared to meet his gaze. It was as if his eyes could devour people. Anyone who met his gaze, whether it was Lu Pinghong, Wang Kaixian, or anyone else, lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing the furious Scarlet Flame, even the second High Lord was afraid. He turned his head and glanced at the third High Lord. The third High Lord couldn't avoid his gaze. She was the one who did this. She could only brace herself and pretend not to care. She glared at Scarlet Flame and snorted coldly. It was this High Lord's doing. What do you want? She admitted it frankly. What do I want? I want you to die. Scarlet Flame's temper was irritable. He shouted and once again waved his heaven-grade battle axe. He madly slashed and released rays of light from the battle axe. He forced the third High Lord to retreat again and again. The second High Lord of the heavenly sect roared and once again used his heaven-grade magical treasure, Captive Phoenix, to block Scarlet Flame. However, in this battle with Qi Yan, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Qi Yan was like a madman who had almost lost his mind. Even if he was injured, even if he had to sacrifice himself to kill 1,000 enemies, he didn't care. Chapter 754. Fighting with someone who didn't care about his life was already a terrifying thing. Therefore, even the second High Lord was forced back by Qi Yan. You bastard! You actually care so much about Xiaoyang. Then, this High Lord will kill Xiaoyang. Let's see what you can do about it. After the third High Lord retreated far away, she glared at Scarlet Flame and said coldly. Seeing that Qi Yan was delayed by the second High Lord, she quickly approached Xiaoyang. She wanted to kill Xiaoyang. Even if she didn't kill Xiaoyang, she had to take Xiaoyang hostage and force Qi Yan to submit. Sure enough, when she approached Xiaoyang, Qi Yan became even crazier. He was like a mad dog, randomly biting people. Even the second High Lord couldn't resist. The second High Lord finally understood that Qi Yan hadn't used his full strength from the beginning. Hurry up and control Xiaoyang. I can't hold on much longer. He immediately panicked and hurriedly shouted at the third supremacy, the old woman. The third High Lord also knew that the situation was serious. She didn't dare to think too much. As soon as she arrived beside Xiaoyang, she immediately erupted with her cultivation and grabbed Xiaoyang with one hand. Then, she grabbed Xiaoyang's neck and threatened Qi Yan. She fiercely said, "Stop! This High Lord will kill Xiaoyang." Under her threat, Scarlet Flame gave in and didn't continue to attack the second High Lord. Instead, he retreated hundreds of meters and glared at the third High Lord with anger. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and release my man. I can let you leave this place. Otherwise, I'll bury you all. Qi Yan fiercely said, revealing his killing intent. He valued Xiaoyang the most and cared about Xiaoyang the most. Xiaoyang was half teacher and half friend to him. If Xiaoyang really fell at the hands of these people, he would definitely declare war on the entire Sky Sect without hesitation. He took deep breaths, wondering why Xiaoyang had fallen into their hands. His gaze shifted to Exquisite, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the changes in her. Seeing that Linglong was also injured to such an extent, Scarlet Flame almost couldn't stop himself from attacking. He angrily stomped his foot, causing the surrounding area to rumble. Don't move. Do you believe that I won't kill Xiaoyang immediately? When the third High Lady saw that Scarlet Flame was about to go crazy again, she panicked. She hurriedly dragged Xiaoyang out and threatened Scarlet Flame again. Seeing that Scarlet Flame didn't move, the third High Lord secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as Scarlet Flame was still rational, everything was fine. He was just afraid that Scarlet Flame didn't want to live anymore. Now he's in my hands. If you want to save him, you can. But you have to pay a price. The third High Lady began to negotiate with Scarlet Flame and the people of Carefree City. The Sky Sect's second High Lord was finally able to catch his breath. He stood next to the third High Lady, watching Scarlet Flame warily to prevent him from taking the chance to attack. What do you want? Just say it. Scarlet Flame said coldly, his expression dark as he glared at the third High Lord and second High Lord. His cultivation base was the highest here, and he was also a high-ranking member of the Poison Sect. His words carried enormous weight, and the people of Carefree City could only agree. Very good. I'm afraid you won't know what's good for you." The third High Lady laughed sinisterly, her lips curling up. She stretched out her hand and pointed at the battle axe in Qi Yan's hand, coldly saying, "Hand over your magic weapon to us. A magic weapon in exchange for a life, it's very fair. It all depends on what you choose. In any case, there are many people in this world who would rather have magic weapons than their lives. What's wrong with being a heartless person once?" She was just provoking Scarlet Flame. The more she pointed out that Scarlet Flame wanted treasures over Xiaoyang, the more it would prove that Scarlet Flame was heartless. The others would never agree. Scarlet Flame agree. Before Scarlet Flame could speak, Exquisite spoke up. In her eyes, there was nothing in this world that could compare to Xiaoyang. If the magic treasure was gone, it could be refined again. But if Xiaoyang was gone, then it was really gone. In this world, it was impossible to have an identical Xiaoyang. "Fine, I'll trade with you. 1 hand for the treasure, 1 hand for the person." Scarlet Flame agreed without a second word. In truth, even if Exquisite hadn't spoken, he would have agreed to the trade. Although he was the great Wu Zun, he owed Xiaoyang many favors. He couldn't just watch Xiaoyang die. Wait a moment. However, just as Qi Yan, Linglong, Worry-Free City, and the others were about to complete the transaction, the Heavenly Sect's third High Lord, the old woman, sneered and mocked. "You think a magic treasure can be exchanged for a person? Wouldn't that be too cheap?" She was up to something again. "What else do you want?" Scarlet Flame was enraged again. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his breathing quickened. His bloodshot eyes looked as if they were about to devour the old woman. Exquisite was also enraged. She yelled at the third High Lord, "Old woman, what do you want? You said a treasure for a person, and now you're going back on your word." He, the third High Lord, sneered. She didn't care about their taunts and anger. There was no fear on her face. Instead, she was excited and happy to have captured Xiaoyang. She had underestimated Xiaoyang's value. Originally, she wanted to use Xiaoyang to trade for Scarlet Flame's Heaven-class battle axe. It would have been difficult, but she didn't expect Scarlet Flame to agree without hesitation. Even Exquisite didn't have any objections. Instead, she strongly supported it. From this, it could be seen how much they cared about Xiaoyang. Since they cared so much about Xiaoyang, then Xiaoyang's value had doubled. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if she didn't ask for more benefits, she would be letting herself down. "He's in my hands. All the conditions are up to this High Lord. You can choose to refuse. At most, the fish dies and the net splits. It's just a pity for this young and promising boy." The third High Lord laughed sinisterly. "You talk too much nonsense." Scarlet Flame snorted coldly. He didn't have a good impression of the third High Lord. He hated her to the extreme. The third High Lord was also unhappy. It was as if she had grasped Scarlet Flame and Exquisite's weakness. How could they still treat her like this? She snorted coldly and went for a yard after getting an inch. "First, give the Heaven-class battle axe to me. Second, cripple your own cultivation. Third, you, Exquisite, return to the Phoenix prison. Otherwise, don't expect me to let Xiaoyang go. You're being unreasonable, shameless to the extreme. How can we agree to such despicable conditions?" The Carefree City's upper echelons stomped their feet and cursed. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people who went overboard, but they had never seen such a person who didn't give them a way out. Originally, exchanging a Heaven-class treasure was already an equivalent exchange. Chapter 755. Who would have thought that the old hag would ask Scarlet Flame to cripple his own cultivation? That was Wu Zun, not some random dog or cat on the roadside, not to mention asking Linglong to return to the Phoenix prison. However, even though the Carefree City's upper echelons were clamoring fiercely, the two leaders, Linglong and Scarlet Flame, remained silent. Looking at the two of them, It was very likely that they would agree to Tianzong's unreasonable request. This made them anxious. They tried to persuade them again and again, but Scarlet Flame and Ling Long remained unmoved. Xiaoyang opened his eyes with difficulty. He blinked playfully and grinned. It hurt a little, but he endured it. Then he closed his eyes again. During the time they were negotiating, he had already relied on the medicinal power of the pill to recover 10% of his cultivation. With this 10%, it was enough to turn the tables. He wasn't in a hurry to use this 10% of his cultivation to recover. Instead, he had other uses for it. When he closed his eyes, a shocking divine sense was released from his body. It instantly locked onto the second High Lord's magic treasure, the Phoenix Prison. Then, this divine sense rushed into the Phoenix Prison without hesitation. It began to grasp the array formation inside and began to control it. The ferocious divine sense was like a shocking wave. The back wave pushed the front wave. It constantly penetrated and spread. In less than half a breath's time, the array formation inside the Phoenix Prison was almost completely broken. It was almost completely under Xiaoyang's control. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and slowly said, "Can you move aside and let me say a few words?" Hearing Xiaoyang speak, everyone present was shocked. Their eyes widened as they looked at Xiaoyang. Almost everyone present knew that Xiaoyang was on the verge of death. Who would have thought that he would be able to recover? His recovery ability was too shocking. Even the third High Lord was a little stunned. She didn't expect Xiaoyang to recover so quickly. However, even if Xiaoyang recovered a little, he still couldn't pose a threat to her. The third High Lord was indifferent. She sneered and mocked. "Xiaoyang, I have to say that you are always full of surprises. However, even if your recovery ability is shocking, you still can't escape from this High Lord. I can let you go, but I hope you know what's good for you and don't seek your own death. After all, this person is planning to save you." After saying this, she let go of Xiaoyang and looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. She wanted to see what this person, who always created miracles, would say. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "Thank you." This made everyone feel a little confused. Everyone was silent and did not speak. The third High Lord faintly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She could only continue to be vigilant against Xiaoyang and guard against Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang stretched out his hand and touched his neck. Then he calmly said to Qi Yan and Ling Long, "Master's wife, martial uncle, don't worry. I won't die. Now, it's time for us to turn the tables." "Ha ha!" The third High Lord and second High Lord immediately laughed out loud. Even Wang Kaixian, Lu Pinghong, and the other Sky Sect disciples behind them laughed out loud. The current situation was very clear. Xiaoyang was in their hands. Ling Long and Qi Yan were already afraid to attack. It could be said that the Sky Sect had an absolute advantage. What the hell was Xiaoyang talking about turning the tables? Could it be that he didn't have any eyesight? To think that they thought so highly of Xiaoyang. They didn't expect him to be an idiot. "Young man, wake up. You've used all your means. Other than obeying and trading, there's no other way." The second High Lord raised his head and kindly reminded Xiaoyang with a smile on his face. Xiaoyang turned around and chuckled. Then he closed his eyes and said calmly, "Is that so? Are you sure?" As soon as he finished speaking, he frantically mobilized his divine sense and began to fully control the heaven-class magic treasure. "Captive Phoenix. Idiot, you're an idiot. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Second Supremacy immediately scolded Xiaoyang when he saw how calm and composed Xiaoyang was. If he were in Xiaoyang's position, he wouldn't be able to escape, let alone turn the tables. This was just wishful thinking and daydreaming. However, after he cursed a few times, his face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. The third High Lord, the old woman, and the other Heaven Sect disciples were laughing. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze on their faces. They couldn't laugh anymore. In their eyes, the heaven-class magic treasure, captive phoenix, in the second High Lord's hand suddenly emitted a blinding light. Then, after struggling for a while, it escaped from the second High Lord's hand and flew into the air. "Come down." The second High Lord immediately panicked. The heaven-class magic treasure, captive phoenix, was refined by the heaven sect's 10 years of resources. It wasn't easy for him to obtain it. Naturally, he couldn't just watch it fly away. He was also very puzzled and surprised. What was going on with the heaven-class magic treasure? Before this, the heaven-class magic treasure, captive phoenix, was very obedient. Why did it suddenly reject him and escape from his control? As he shouted and unleashed his cultivation, he wanted to regain control of the heaven-class magic treasure, captive phoenix, but no matter how much force he used, the floating captive phoenix didn't move at all. It wasn't affected by the second High Lord, and it didn't listen to his orders. The second High Lord immediately panicked. What was going on? Why was it like this? He had never encountered such a situation before. Therefore, it was difficult for him to deal with it. What's wrong? Second brother. The third High Lord noticed the second High Lord's loss of composure and couldn't help but ask. She frowned, and her uneasiness became more obvious. "Oh no, the heaven-class magic treasure, captive phoenix, is out of my control." The second High Lord tried to regain control of captive phoenix, but he didn't succeed. Helplessly, he could only tell. "What? How is this possible? I remember that second brother has always been in charge of captive phoenix. Even in the previous battle, it was like an extension of your body." The third High Lord was shocked. Her face was filled with astonishment as she looked at the second High Lord in confusion. The second High Lord panicked. Once he lost this heaven-class magic treasure, the great High Lord wouldn't let him off easily. He hurriedly said, "All right, stop talking. Let's control captive phoenix first. Let's attack together." The two Wu Zun High Lords attacked together, wanting to control captive phoenix in the air. However, when their powers got close to Qiu Fenghuang released a ferocious force that repelled them. Hiss! They were shocked again. Captive phoenix was repelling them? How is this possible? Could it be that this heaven-class magic treasure has its own intelligence? Has it started to defy the heavens? The third High Lord was shocked and couldn't believe it. He could only attack again and increase his cultivation. Suppress. Chapter 756. A faint voice rang out. It sounded familiar, but it also sounded weak. Second Lord and third Lord looked over and saw Xiaoyang forming a mysterious spell with both of his hands. The caged phoenix seemed to be affected by the spell, and its entire body trembled. It let out a buzzing sound and released a terrifying power that directly shattered the control of second Lord and third Lord. Then, with a whoosh, the prisoner phoenix descended toward Xiaoyang. Then, it drilled into Xiaoyang's forehead, turned into a light spot, and disappeared into Xiaoyang's forehead. "Ah, my heaven-grade treasure. What's going on? Can someone tell me? Xiaoyang, give me back my prisoner phoenix." Second High Reverend let out a heart-wrenching cry, followed by anger and malevolence. He stared at Xiaoyang viciously, wishing he could tear Xiaoyang apart and find his magical treasure, the imprisoned phoenix. The third High Lord was also shocked. She had never seen anyone who could use their body to contain a heaven-grade treasure. More commotion and exclamations came from the Heaven Sect disciples. Each of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiaoyang had created miracles again and again. They were all shocked. At this moment, not only them, but even Qi Yan, Linglong, and the higher-ups of Carefree City were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand the situation in front of them. Originally, the situation was very clear. It was nothing more than a negotiation on how to save Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang actually took the initiative to break the situation, and in such a strange way, it was almost impossible to accept. Second and third supremacy immediately pounced on Xiaoyang, wanting to tear Xiaoyang apart. However, just as they neared Xiaoyang, a boundless energy exploded from Xiaoyang's body and pushed them back. If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to tell that it was the power of the heaven-class magical treasure, the imprisoning phoenix. But they didn't understand. The prisoner phoenix was clearly heaven's sex treasure. How could it help an outsider? Looking at the prisoner phoenix, it was obviously treating Xiaoyang as its master. Just as they were confused and shocked, Xiaoyang's cultivation aura started to change. Originally, he was a level 7 martial ancestor. In an instant, he broke through to level 8 martial ancestor. Then he continued to break through to level 9 martial ancestor. The change in his aura was enough to shock everyone. But that wasn't the end. Finally, his cultivation broke through again, and he reached Wu Zun's level. Whoosh! This, Wu Zun! Another Wu Zun. Everyone was shocked. Almost everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Previously, Xiaoyang was in the same generation as them, and they could have fought against each other. But in the blink of an eye, after Xiaoyang merged with the prisoner phoenix, he broke through to Wu Zun's level and left his peers in the dust. At Wu Zun's level, he was on par with the first supremes and the sect leader. The third supremacy, the old lady, the second supremacy, Qian, Linglong, and the other martial ancestor experts were all shocked and dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the ground and doubted their lives. Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He could feel the power slowly. It was as if at that moment he could fight his enemies 1,000 miles away with just a thought. Xiaoyang closed his eyes again and used inner vision to check his body's condition. He discovered that the heaven-grade magic treasure prisoner phoenix had completely fused into his body, turning into flesh, blood, and bones, becoming nutrients for his body. This was how the martial saint was born. So my body has been strengthened to the level of Wu Zun, but my cultivation... After Xiaoyang checked and thought for a while, he immediately realized the changes. He checked his dantian again. Based on the density of his cultivation, he was only at the 7th level of martial ancestor. It was obvious. This was Wu Zun's body that had broken through. But his cultivation was still at the 7th level of martial ancestor. After figuring this out, Xiaoyang slowly retracted the terrifying Wu Zun aura in his body and released the aura of a 7th level martial ancestor. Although that was the case, he looked like a new person and his temperament changed greatly. His cultivation seems to have dropped again. What's going on? I've seen more things today than I've seen in my entire life. It's unimaginable. Even the 3rd supremacy and 2nd supremacy were dumbfounded. They had thought that Xiaoyang had gotten lucky and had broken through to the level of Wu Zun. They had even thought of a way out. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyang's cultivation had dropped back to the 7th level of martial ancestor. This made them heave a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Linglong, Qian, and the upper echelons of Carefree City were overjoyed. When they saw that Xiaoyang had broken through to the level of Wu Zun, they were extremely excited and thought that their chance to turn the tables had come. However, before they could prepare for a counterattack, Xiaoyang had unreasonably lowered his cultivation. Wasn't he toying with them? Xiaoyang, it's too early for you to be happy. You still want to turn the tables? I think you're the one who's going to fall. Humph! The 2nd supremacy roared in anger. The heaven-class treasure that originally belonged to him had been taken away by Xiaoyang. He had to get it back from Xiaoyang no matter what. Even if he had to peel off Xiaoyang's skin, he had to find the treasure. The 3rd supremacy's face was equally gloomy as she snorted Xiaoyang Dai. She could not be bothered to speak any more nonsense. She immediately used Wu Zun's unique law of death to attack Xiaoyang. The law of death instantly enveloped Xiaoyang, wanting to devour Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang's body emitted a light. Under the effect of this light, the 3rd supremacy's law of death was ineffective. The 3rd supremacy's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her jaw almost dropped to the ground as she looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. You want to touch me? It's my turn to teach you a lesson. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Then he clenched his fist and unleashed the power of Wu Zun's physical body. He punched towards the Wu Zun old woman. The third supremacy sucked in a breath of cold air. Her expression changed greatly as she hurriedly circulated her cultivation to create a defensive light shield to protect herself. At the same time, she took out several treasures to block in front of her to prevent Xiaoyang's attack. However, her defense was like a decoration. It was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. Under Xiaoyang's punch, the defensive treasures she controlled instantly collapsed. The punch landed directly on the third supremacy's defensive light shield. The defensive light shield trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. Then it began to collapse. Although the terrifying power of the punch had been weakened, there was still a violent force erupting. The remaining force was all used on the third supremacy's body. Chapter 7:57. The third supremacy let out a blood-curdling scream as her body flew backwards. While she was still in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Good lad, you're courting death. Seeing Xiaoyang's lightning-fast attack, the second supremacy could no longer sit still. Originally, Xiaoyang was just a little rascal whose cultivation and strength could not withstand a single blow. However, in the blink of an eye, he had skyrocketed to such a perverted level. The second supremacy had no choice but to take him seriously. He displayed a ferocious martial technique that instantly bombarded Xiaoyang. However, before the martial skill could land on Xiaoyang's body, Scarlet Flame had already charged over with his heaven-rank magic treasure battle axe. Bastard, I'm your opponent. Qi Yan shouted as numerous battle axe radiances enveloped the second supremacy. The second supremacy's expression changed as he hurriedly retreated. Now that you don't have Qiu Feng Huang, let's see what else you have to fight me. Qi Yan, who had the heaven-class battle axe, was like two Wu Zun fighting together. Previously, the second supremacy had relied on Qiu Feng Huang's power to block a few attacks. Now that the second supremacy had lost Qiu Feng Huang, he was no match for Qi Yan. The two of them instantly clashed. The second supremacy was forced to retreat continuously. In less than half a cup of tea's time, his body was covered in wounds. His face was covered in dirt and his aura was weak. What are you looking at? Are you watching a show? This is a rare opportunity to turn the tables. Why aren't you rushing forward with me? Among the higher-ups of Carefree City, a 6th-level martial ancestor realm leader immediately shouted. He called for the other martial ancestor realm leaders to rush forward with him. They all rushed out of the array and brazenly charged towards Wang Kaixian, Lu Pinghong, Zhan Ruxue, and the others. They displayed their martial techniques and began to attack. As for the Heaven Sect side, due to the third supremacy's defeat, their morale was shaken. Now that the second supremacy was being ruthlessly suppressed by Qi Yan, their fighting spirit was once again destroyed. Therefore, even though they had many strong cultivators, including a few 7th-level martial arts grandmasters, without any fighting spirit or unity, they were defeated and chased by many martial arts grandmasters from Carefree City. Many Sky Sect disciples died in this battle. Xiaoyang released his divine sense and locked onto a few stubborn Sky Sect disciples. While they were fighting, he directly used Traceless Dream to attack. After severely damaging their sea of consciousness, they were naturally defeated and taken away. Almost all of the remaining Sky Sect disciples were running for their lives. Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. He unleashed his cultivation base and used his movement technique. In the blink of an eye, he was right next to the old woman. Although he had defeated the third supremacy old lady earlier, he hadn't been able to gain complete control over her. This time, he wanted to gain complete control over her. When he appeared, the third supremacy old lady, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly flipped over and launched a sneak attack on Xiaoyang. She held a sharp dagger with both hands and unleashed her cultivation base, stabbing toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang laughed coldly. He didn't dodge at all, allowing the opponent's attack to land on his body. The result was out. The sharp dagger shattered with a clang, while Xiaoyang's body only had a small mark. From this, it could be seen how strong Xiaoyang's physical body was. This result shocked the third supremacy old lady once again. She seemed to have turned into an idiot as she muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" She seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Xiaoyang didn't care whether the other party was really an idiot or not. He directly attacked and tapped on the other party's acupuncture point, sealing her cultivation base. Then he used the greater teleportation technique and flung her into Carefree City. Kill! The upper echelons of Carefree City advanced triumphantly, shouting loudly in excitement. Everywhere they passed, the Heaven Sect people were defeated like a landslide. Zhan Rushue, Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey, Pang Dashin, Pang Duan, Baldy Fong, and the others were trapped. They had more than 10 members and were responsible for covering the retreat. Now, almost all of their fellow disciples had escaped, leaving them to fight alone. They were completely surrounded by the upper echelons of Carefree City. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They would be defeated very soon. Xiaoyang saw Zhan Rushue fighting with his life on the line, constantly using martial techniques to block and attack. He was also protecting his weaker teammates, unlike Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, and Little Monkey. This made his situation worse. However, he didn't give up. He still gritted his teeth and persevered. "Senior Brother Zhan, don't worry about us. Retreat first." Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, Pang Duan, and the others knew that they were dragging Zhan Rushue down, so they shouted loudly for him to retreat. Zhan Rushue's face was pale, but his expression was resolute. He said viciously, "I will never abandon you. If we die together." Ever since he witnessed Bai Xiaochun's death at the Five-Colored Ice Mountain, his heart had been greatly shaken. Although he later learned the truth that Xiaoyang was Bai Xiaochun, he still wouldn't abandon his teammates. It was also because of this that everyone supported him. They couldn't hold on for long. One by one they were injured and some had collapsed. Zhan Rushue's injuries were increasing, and his cultivation base was rapidly depleting. He wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Xiaoyang watched for a while, then frowned and sighed. He slowly walked up to Zhan Rushue's group, raised his hand, and ordered, "Stop!" The upper echelons of Carefree City stopped, looking at Xiaoyang in confusion. Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then said, "Everyone get out of the way. Let them leave. Our poison sect disdains bullying the weak." The upper echelons of Carefree City were stupefied. They weren't fools, and this reason was obviously false. But since this was Xiaoyang's order, they could only obey. Leaving aside Xiaoyang's status in the poison sect, just Xiaoyang's strength was enough to subdue them. Not to mention that Xiaoyang had rescued Linglong and even gained the favor of Scarlet Flame and Linglong, as you command. The upper echelons cupped their fists and slowly retreated. Xiaoyang nodded. "Go watch the third exalt. Don't let her escape. She's more important than anyone else. As long as you keep an eye on her, you'll be rewarded." "Yes, we understand." The upper echelons of Carefree City grinned, immediately understanding Xiaoyang's meaning. They were even more grateful to Xiaoyang. After they left, only Xiaoyang was left to face Zhan Rushue, Yao Chen, Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, and the others. Zhan Rushue's expression was complicated. He remained silent, not saying a word. Yao Chen wanted to say something, but stopped. Both of them had guessed the truth. Supervisor Zhang, Baldy Fong, and the others who didn't know the truth really thought Xiaoyang was being generous. They looked at Xiaoyang with uncertainty. Chapter 758. Hurry up and scram. I'm telling you, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Xiaoyang cursed viciously, playing the role of Xiaoyang. Humph, Xiaoyang, I'm telling you, you'll regret letting us go. We'll definitely get our revenge. Supervisor Zhang shouted fiercely. Baldy Fong, Peng Daoshan, and the others did the same. Xiaoyang's heart was bitter. Once good friends, now enemies. What else could he do but feel bitter? But he couldn't say that he was Bai Xiaochun, could he? Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Zhan Ruxue glanced at Xiaoyang's expression and said, Enough. Don't try to be brave here. Hurry up and leave. He knew Xiaoyang's true identity, so he didn't want his old friend to feel bad. Zhan Ruxue, Yao Chun, and the others left. Xiaoyang watched them leave. Once they were gone, his gaze shifted to the second supremacy. He'd wanted to help at first, but seeing Scarlet Flame toying with the other like a cat toying with a mouse, he held back. After waiting for a while longer, Scarlet Flame returned with the second supremacy and sealed his cultivation. He handed the captive over to the upper echelons of Carefree City to watch over. Carefree City began to bustle with activity. Almost everyone from the Poison Sect had come to Carefree City. The Poison Sect's sect master, the third elder, the 10 pavilion lords, and many other Poison Sect disciples, especially Xiaoyang's good friends, all came to Worry-Free City. In a certain courtyard, Exquisite was sitting quietly in a pavilion, admiring the flowers. Xiaoyang was by her side. Before long, the courtyard doors opened and a person walked in. Who else could it be but the Poison Sect Master, wife? He hadn't even reached the pavilion when he called out from afar. When Exquisite heard this familiar voice, her delicate body trembled slightly. She didn't immediately turn around, afraid that if she saw this person, she would lose control of her emotions even more. Even without turning around, Exquisite couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. After so many years of suffering, she could finally see him again. That voice was as familiar as ever. Nothing had changed. Mistress, this disciple will take his leave first. Xiaoyang tactfully left the pavilion and walked in front of the Poison Sect's sect master. He murmured, Master, this disciple will take his leave now. Then he hurried out of the courtyard. The Poison Sect master looked gratefully at Xiaoyang, gratitude in his eyes. Actually, he also had a lot to say to Xiaoyang, but he had not seen Linglong for many years. So he also had a lot to say to her. Wife. The Poison Sect master's wife. Crouching down, he crouched down, keeping her company. Every time he called out wife, Linglong would tremble and tears would flow out uncontrollably. Husband. She leaned on the Poison Sect master's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. She couldn't control her emotions. After venting for a while, the two gradually calmed down. Husband, I'm already old. My hair is white and my face is old. Do you want me to find you another beautiful one? Exquisite asked softly, looking at the Poison Sect master with a serious and expectant gaze. Her expression was a little nervous. Who wouldn't want a man who would always love and protect them? Silly wife, what are you joking about? It's enough for me to have you for my entire life. Otherwise, how could I have been alone for so long? It doesn't matter what I look like. You'll always be my wife. The Poison Sect master said affectionately as he held Exquisite's hand. This made Linglong feel at ease. Her heart felt warm, and she felt that all her efforts were worth it. My disciple is very good. If not for him, I'm afraid that we would never have the chance to meet again. It was also thanks to my disciple's rescue that I was able to avoid death in Carefree City. Instead, it was my disciple who suffered heavy injuries. As his mistress, I've let him down. After reconfirming their relationship, Exquisite thought of Xiaoyang. If there was anyone in this world she could rely on, other than the Poison Sect master, it would probably be Xiaoyang. I know. My disciple has always been very good. On the contrary, it's I who feel guilty as his master. The Poison Sect master said slowly. Xiaoyang had indeed sacrificed a lot, but the resources he gave were very limited. The elders and pavilion masters all want to see you. Go and meet them. The poison sect master said leisurely. The 3 grand elders and the 10 pavilion masters were already waiting outside. After receiving the message, they slowly entered the courtyard. When they saw Exquisite, tears streamed down their faces as they tried to control their emotions. Especially the pavilion master of the blacksmith pavilion. He cried and shouted, "Senior sister, you're finally back." Junior brother was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to see you again in this lifetime. Boo-hoo! Good boy, junior brother. You did well to refine a heaven-class magic treasure. If it wasn't for your magic treasure, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to escape safely. Exquisite comforted him gently. The pavilion master of the blacksmith pavilion nodded repeatedly. After hearing the praise, he laughed with tears in his eyes. He sniffled and wiped his tears like a child. Outside the courtyard, after Xiaoyang came out, he immediately saw several familiar friends. Bu Tianyan, Feng Zihan, Lu Quan, Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaya, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and others. A little further away, the Sword Pavilion Master, the Buddha Pavilion Master, and the Thunder Pavilion Master all greeted Xiaoyang. Cousin, big brother Xiaoyang, we haven't seen you for so long. We've missed you so much. To think that the sect master said that you were in seclusion. Turns out that he was lying. If we hadn't seen the news of Carefree City, we would still be in the dark. Cousin, what's the Heaven Sect territory like? Is it fun? You're really not loyal enough to not bring me along. So annoying. Remember to come with us next time. If there's anything, we'll solve it together. Haven't you heard that 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge-liang? Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaya held on to Xiaoyang's hands and spoke continuously. It was as though they had so much to say that they wouldn't be able to finish it, even if they spent their entire lives talking. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Over the past few days, Xiaoyang had been chatting and laughing with his friends, telling them what had happened in the Sky Sect's territory over and over again. Senior brother Xiaoyang, the sect master wants to see you. Chen Jifu walked in from outside and called out to Xiaoyang, who was surrounded by everyone. Xiaoyang bade farewell to Gu Qianqian, Lan Jia, Li Qinghe, and the others before heading to meet the sect master. When he arrived, he saw that there were already many upper echelons of the sect gathered here. Greetings to the sect master, the 3 elders, and the 10 pavilion masters. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and bowed. Yes, good. Xiaoyang is here. Take a seat. Chapter 759. The Poison Sect head ordered. Xiaoyang found an empty seat and sat down. The Poison Sect master then said, "We'll talk about the merits when we get back to the sect. Right now, we're facing a problem. The Sky Sect's 3rd and 2nd exalts are in our hands. Should we take this opportunity to annex the Sky Sect? That's inevitable. The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest survive. Being kind to your own people is enough." The pavilion master of the Tool, Refining Pavilion, expressed his stance. In truth, he couldn't stand how arrogant the Sky Sect had always been, suppressing them and imprisoning Linglong for so long. As the junior brother, he naturally had to avenge his senior sister. He hadn't had the chance before, but now was the perfect opportunity. He naturally wouldn't let it go. Elder Epho stood out and said, "Buddha is merciful. Once a war breaks out, there will naturally be no casualties, but it will cause great suffering. Why don't we sign some agreements and let them carry out the transaction? Moreover, once annexed, there will definitely be problems. We can let Tianzong guard the borders of the 4 regions." The Formation Pavilion Master said, "Let's fight. Only the power in our hands is our own power. Otherwise, they might not listen to us. Even if they do, they'll only feign compliance. If a huge problem arises, it'll be troublesome." The various pavilion masters and 3 elders all expressed their opinions. No one was convinced by the other. Some advocated war, while others advocated peace. They could take advantage of this opportunity to obtain sufficient resources. After half a day of discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Thus, the poison sect master's gaze fell on Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, do you have any thoughts on whether we should fight or make peace?" Xiaoyang blinked and looked at the crowd. "I think the Sky Sect's head exalts should be the most anxious right now." "What are we anxious about?" "Whether we fight or make peace depends on the Sky Sect's head exalts. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we'll annex him. If he knows what's good for him, there's no harm in keeping him." Xiaoyang summarized simply. When everyone heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Rather than arguing here, they might as well wait and see the Sky Sect's attitude. The Sky Sect had lost 2 of their top experts, so they couldn't possibly do nothing about it. Heaven Sect. In the conference hall. Originally, there were 3 seats here, but now 2 of them were empty. Only one person was sitting here, and that was the current highest authority of the Sky Sect, the Great Sovereign. In front of him were the 10 pavilion masters. They had all come to report the situation and discuss the future direction of the Sky Sect. "Let's talk. You all know the situation. 2nd and 3rd reverends have been captured by the Poison Sect. The Poison Sect definitely won't let go of such a good chance to annex us. Fight or surrender. Come up with a plan." Great Senior Lord said loudly. Sword Tower's pavilion master, Wei Zhongxiong, stepped forward and said loudly, "Head Sovereign, please don't worry. The Poison Sect won't dare to act recklessly. After all, we're just a lowly sect under the jurisdiction of a higher sect. We can use other resources to exchange for the 2 reverends, and we can also ask for help from our senior brothers in the middle tier sections." "That's right, I second that. The Poison Sect is just a small sect. Our Sky Sect is big and has a strong background. There's no need to hold back against the Poison Sect. I'm willing to go to the Poison Sect and discuss the matter of returning the 2 reverends. I'm willing to go to a middle-tier sect and ask for help." The 10 pavilion masters of the Sky Sect spoke one after another. Their intentions were clear. They couldn't surrender to the Poison Sect and were even thinking of ways to exchange for the 2 reverends. If the Poison Sect refused, they would ask for help from a middle-tier sect. The Sky Sect's head, Sovereign, nodded slowly. Even if he was the highest authority in the Sky Sect, he still needed the approval and obedience of his subordinates. Otherwise, he was nothing but a fart. "All right, let's do that," the Sky Sect's head, Sovereign, ordered. Some people prepared resources. Some went to the Poison Sect to negotiate, and some went to the middle-tier sects to ask for help. Each went their own way with a clear division of labor. This time, Wei Zhongxiong was the one going to negotiate with the Poison Sect. He led a few disciples from the Sword Pavilion through a transportation formation and quickly headed to the 2 sects' towns. Then they entered Carefree City. Carefree City Inner Sect Meeting Hall. Reporting the Sky Sect's representative, Sword Pavilion Master Wei Zhongxiong, requests a visit. A servant ran in and shouted at the Poison Sect's sect master. "See, I told you. They'll definitely come, and they're even more anxious than we are." The master of the blacksmith pavilion laughed out, loud, proudly. The Poison Sect master nodded, his expression relaxed. He said to the servant, "Go, let them in." Before long, the 8th rank martial ancestor Realm Wei Zhongxiong walked in with his Sword Pavilion disciples. When he saw the Poison Sect master and the others, he cupped his fists and said, "This one is Wei Zhongxiong, the Sword Pavilion master of the Sky Sect. Greetings. What business do you have here?" The Poison Sect master said indifferently, "I'm here for the matter of the 2nd and 3rd reverends." Wei Zhongxiong said, neither servile nor overbearing. The Poison Sect's upper echelon sneered and looked at Wei Zhongxiong mockingly. The Poison Sect's sect master was enraged. "Your 2nd and third supremacies invaded my poison sect's realm and tried to kill my people. They deserve to be executed. They'll be executed in half a day. What do you have to say? Wei Zhongxiong was instantly enraged. Wasn't it obvious why they'd tried to kill Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang was clearly in the wrong. He'd barged into the Sky Sect's territory and kidnapped Linglong. Of course, it wasn't appropriate for him to say such things here. He hurriedly said, I beg the Poison Sect's sect master's forgiveness. Our second and third exalts were careless and made such a mistake. Our Heaven sect is willing to accept all kinds of conditions as an apology to take back the two exalts. And if we don't let them go, the Weapon Refining Pavilion Master said coldly, how could it be so simple to let them go? Wei Zhongxiong's expression darkened. He said firmly, if the Poison Sect insists, then we'll have to settle this through war. Hearing this, the other pavilion masters burst into laughter. Your two reverends are already in our hands. Your high-end forces are no match for our Poison Sect's attacks. What gives you the guts to start a war? The Weapon Refining Pavilion Master sneered. Wei Zhongxiong naturally wouldn't reveal that he'd sought help from a mid-tier sect. He said solemnly, even if our entire sect is destroyed, we'll fight to the bitter end. It had to be said that his aura of facing death with equanimity really moved many people. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The Weapon Refining Pavilion Master was also enraged. He spoke decisively without fear, and the aura of an expert erupted from his body. He glared viciously at Wei Zhongxiong with intense hostility. War is the last resort, so I hope everyone can remain calm and try to resolve this through negotiation. Chapter 760. Wei Zhongxiong waited for a while before speaking slowly. He was naturally not afraid of war. However, he needed to stall for time. As long as the Heaven Sect's Buddha Pavilion Master invited an assistant from a mid-tier sect, he could naturally fight for an advantageous position in the negotiations and war. Humph! The Blacksmith Pavilion Master snorted coldly. He did not take Wei Zhongxiong seriously at all, thinking that Wei Zhongxiong's words were just a compromise. Xiao Yang's gaze landed on Wei Zhongxiong. The Sword Pavilion Master also recognized Wei Zhongxiong. Back then, they had met Wei Zhongxiong when they entered the Sword Immortal's tomb in the ancient ruins to search for the immortal sword. If not for their quick-witted response, Xiaoyang, the Sword Pavilion Master, and the others would not have been able to escape from Wei Zhongxiong's evil hands. Now that they met again, they could not help but feel angry. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyang's fingers gently tapped on the coffee table, making a soft sound. Everyone could hear it clearly. They all thought that Xiaoyang had something to say, so their gazes landed on Xiaoyang. Among the people sitting here, other than Xiaoyang, the youngest was at least 50 years old. Originally, Xiaoyang did not have the qualifications to sit here and participate in the political discussion. However, through his performance and contributions over the years, Xiaoyang's contributions were too great. In addition, he was the only personal disciple of the Poison Sect Master, so everyone tacitly agreed that he had the qualifications to participate in the political discussion. Xiaoyang, what do you want to say? The Poison Sect Master asked. Wei Zhongxiong also saw Xiaoyang. The moment he saw Xiaoyang, he was clearly stunned, as if he was in disbelief. He naturally recognized Xiaoyang. He had interacted with him in the Sword Immortal's tomb in the ancient ruins and had been tricked by Xiaoyang. Then he looked up and noticed the Sword Pavilion Master behind Xiaoyang. The Sword Pavilion Master was staring angrily at Wei Zhongxiong, but he did not say a word. From their expressions, everyone could tell that Wei Zhongxiong definitely had a grudge with Xiaoyang and the Sword Pavilion Master. Wei Zhongxiong, you seem to have remembered us, Xiaoyang said indifferently. Wei Zhongxiong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was slightly wary of Xiaoyang. Then he quickly found a protective talisman for himself and said, Xiaoyang, Sword Pavilion Elder, long time no see. I've heard of your names, so I naturally recognize you. However, this time, I'm here to negotiate on behalf of the Sky Sect. So, no matter what grudges we have in private, please consider the bigger picture and exercise restraint. Restraint my ass. If you don't take revenge, you're not a gentleman. What do you mean by waiting 10 years to take revenge? You're just a fool. Xiaoyang stood up. Relying on the terrifying power of Wu Zun's physical body, he instantly appeared in front of Wei Zhongxiong. Then he raised his hand and slapped Wei Zhongxiong a few times. Wei Zhongxiong's face was swollen, and the pain was unbearable. After that, Xiaoyang kicked the man several times in a row, causing him to fall to the ground. The man suffered internal injuries, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. That's enough, Xiaoyang. The bigger picture is more important. The poison sect master felt that this was too much and quickly reminded him. Many pavilion masters frowned inwardly. They felt that Xiaoyang was young and impulsive and needed more tempering. On the other hand, the Sword Pavilion elder felt very satisfied. If not for her low status and the fact that she didn't have a chance to speak or fight in this hall, she would have attacked long ago. How could Xiaoyang have the chance to make a move? When Xiaoyang heard the poison sect master shout, he frowned and hesitated. Wei Zhongxiong laughed out loud and stood up from the ground. He said arrogantly, Xiaoyang, what do you think? Do you dare to kill me? If you don't, then scram. Did you hear your sect master? You're dismissed. He seemed to have regained his confidence. As long as the poison sect understood the big picture and didn't act rashly, he wouldn't have to fear Xiaoyang. Someone would pin down Xiaoyang, so he didn't need to worry. In truth, Xiaoyang really wanted to teach the other party a heavy lesson. He even wanted to kill him. He didn't care about the big picture. At worst, a war would break out. However, the poison sect master was his master. Since his master had spoken, he had no choice but to obey. He couldn't go against the poison sect master in front of everyone else. Otherwise, the poison sect master would be unable to step down, and he would be unable to step down as well. But if he backed down, it would mean that Wei Zhongxiong had won. Wei Zhongxiong would be able to continue acting all high and mighty. Xiaoyang was very unwilling. But if he didn't back down, would he really have to disobey the poison sect master? While Xiaoyang was hesitating, Exquisite slowly spoke up. Xiaoyang, I know you have your reasons for doing this. Just carry out your orders. Don't worry, the sect master is just worried about your safety. These words gave both sides a way out. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he glanced gratefully at Exquisite. The poison sect master stared at Exquisite in astonishment. He hadn't expected her to stand up for Xiaoyang. He wanted to say a few more words, but Exquisite's glare made him shrink back. He simply closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Wei Zhongxiong's expression immediately changed. You, how can you do this? He asked in terror. What followed were screams of agony as Xiaoyang ravaged and crushed him, making him suffer unbearable agony. If you want to fight, then fight. What bullshit big picture. Wei Zhongxiong, bring it on if you have the guts. Xiaoyang cursed at Wei Zhongxiong in a fit of rage. Good. You have guts. Xiaoyang, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. He spoke viciously and walked out of the hall weakly with injuries all over his body. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Xiaoyang laughed coldly. He reached out with one hand and pulled the man back. Then he stomped on the ground and said mockingly, I want to know how you'll make me regret it. You won't be able to see the day I regret it, but I'll see you fall here today. Xiaoyang slowly raised his hand. His palm was condensed with a shocking amount of cultivation, releasing waves of terrifying aura. As long as he slapped down, Wei Zhongxiong would be smashed to pieces. No. You can't kill me. Wei Zhongxiong's expression changed drastically after sensing Xiaoyang's murderous intent. His eyes were filled with fear. He wasn't the only one. Even the poison sect master, the 3 elders, and the 10 pavilion heads frowned when they saw that Xiaoyang was really planning to kill. It was almost a consensus that envoys were not to be killed. If Xiaoyang broke this rule, it would be breaking the unspoken rule, which would be disadvantageous to everyone. Then, what gave you the guts to negotiate here? What can you rely on to stall for time? Tell me. After Xiaoyang scared him out of his wits, he questioned him coldly again. Wei Zhongxiong was so frightened that he panicked. Because Xiaoyang's physical body was Wu Zun, his physical body was countless times stronger than ordinary cultivators. The valiant aura he released could almost intimidate Wei Zhongxiong. In a panic, Wei Zhongxiong blurted out in order to save his life, "It's a mid-tier sect. They're willing to help us." Chapter 761. Scram, you piece of trash! Xiaoyang cursed and kicked Wei Zhongxiong out of the door, then sat down in a huff. Bullying Wei Zhongxiong was true, and it was also true that he wanted to vent his anger. But his true goal was to force the answer out of him. The people here all felt relieved, all of them understanding. So the Sky Sect had actually gone to seek help from a mid-tier sect. Everyone's expressions turned grave, as if they were facing a great enemy. Although the Poison Sect and the Sky Sect were powerful sects, in reality, they were nothing more than low-tier sects in this vast land. There were mid-tier sects above them. Low-tier sects like them had to offer a certain amount of resources to the mid-tier sects every year. Normally, the mid-tier sects couldn't be bothered to pay a visit to the low-tier sects, as long as the low-tier sects handed over enough resources. But if a low-tier sect asked for help, the mid-tier sects would definitely lend a hand. Exquisite smiled. Like I said, my disciple is smart and quick-witted. How could it be as simple as venting his anger? Everyone came to their senses and stopped thinking about that grave problem. Their gazes fell on Xiaoyang as they showered Xiaoyang with praises and compliments. After a while of excitement, the crowd fell silent once more. In the end, they had to return to the fundamental problem, the mid-tier sects' participation. Low-tier sects couldn't compare to mid-tier sects at all. The mid-tier sects had at least 10 times the strength of low-tier sections. For example, they had at least 10 Wu Zun, not to mention a rank 5 old monster like Wu Zun. Once the mid-tier sects stand on the Sky Sect side, our Poison Sect will have no chance of victory. Now, let's discuss how to deal with this. The Poison Sect master frowned. This was a serious matter. If it wasn't handled properly, it could very well lead to the sect's destruction. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "Since the Sky Sect can seek the help of the mid-tier sects, why don't we hurry and find them now? This old man will go first." Pavilion Lord Fo bade farewell and hurriedly left the place. The Sky Sect had backing, and so did the Poison Sect. Both sides were backed by middle-tier sects, so they naturally knew their disciples. However, how much of a middle-tier sect's influence they could bring out would depend on the strength of both sides. Since Pavilion Leader Fo has already gone to a mid-tier sect, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The Tian sect has already made a move. We naturally have to respond. Let's gather our people. We'll kidnap the 2 Zun masters and go to the Tian sect. We'll force the great Zun masters to compromise and sign an agreement. Didn't they do the same thing in the past? We're just giving him a taste of his own medicine, Xiaoyang said loudly. He couldn't care less about things like starting a war at the slightest provocation. In his previous life, he had experienced many large-scale wars. The weakest soldiers were at least at the cultivation level of King Wu. The smallest war involved at least millions of lives. Once a mid-tier sect interferes, we won't be able to retreat. We have to act quickly. The Poison Sect Master made his decision. After that, he began to issue orders for battle, as well as arrangements for the Poison Sect's manpower. As long as they could set the tone before the mid-tier sects arrived, it would be easier to explain. Xiaoyang volunteered himself. "Since that's the case, I'm willing to be the vanguard." I'll take the 2 captives and lead the way to the Tian sect. Approved. You can pick the men yourself. The poison sect master didn't think too much about it and agreed decisively. They were in dire straits right now, and they desperately needed someone like Xiaoyang who could accomplish great things. Xiaoyang sighed in relief and didn't think too much about it. He called out, "Martial uncle, let's go. We'll go personally." Qi Yan, who had been silent, suddenly smiled when he heard Xiaoyang shout. Every time he fought with Xiaoyang, it was a joyous process and ending. He was happy to join in on the fun. Greater Shift Art. After Xiaoyang had decided on the candidates, he immediately used the Greater Teleportation skill to teleport the 3rd High Master and 2nd High Master out of the prison. Then he escorted them out of the meeting hall. After Xiaoyang left, Elder Jian, Elder Fo, and Elder Lei exchanged glances with one another before they immediately stepped forward and said, "We're willing to assist junior brother Xiaoyang." Approved. The poison sect master agreed. The 3 pavilion elders grinned as they exited the meeting hall in high spirits and hurried to catch up to Xiaoyang. "Brother Xiaoyang, wait for us." The 3 pavilion elders called out to Xiaoyang from behind. Xiaoyang, however, "Why are you here?" When Xiaoyang saw them, he smiled and asked them happily. The 3 of them grumbled, "Brother Xiaoyang, aren't you ashamed to abandon us?" Xiaoyang laughed dryly and said, "How about this? You lead the others to advance step by step. The 2 of us will go to the Sky sect first." He pondered for a moment and made the arrangements. In a war, the first thing to compete was the high-end battle strength. For example, Wu Zun's battle strength. 1 Wu Zun was comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. Elder Jiang, Elder Lei, and Elder Fo naturally had no objections and followed Xiaoyang's arrangement. After walking out of the courtyard, he saw Gu Qianqian Lan Jiaoya, Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing Li Qingha Bu Tianyin, Qin Jifu, Fang Wuhan Lu Quan, and the others waiting at the door. "Brother Xiaoyang, we know the general situation. Take us with you. We won't let you down." There were 20 to 30 people gathered, and more than half of them were martial arts grandmasters. Many of them had reached the 3rd level of martial arts grandmaster. This was a terrifying battle strength. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said slowly, "Of course, all of you will be involved in this war. However, this time, the 3 pavilion elders will be leading the team. All of you will follow the 3 pavilion elders and advance step by step towards the Sky sect. Martial Uncle and I will break through the Sky sect's boundary formation first, and then head to the Sky sect." Xiaoyang explained. Looking at their unhappy faces, Xiaoyang smiled bitterly and continued, "Don't worry, the main force will follow soon. We'll meet soon." Lan, Jia, Gu Qianqian, and the others were relieved and said, "All right, we'll follow the 3 pavilion elders. See you at the poison sect." Then the 2 sides parted ways. Xiaoyang and Qi Yan led the 2 captives out of Carefree City and arrived at the 2 sect towns. When the people of the 2 sect towns saw Xiaoyang, they were very respectful and couldn't wait to give Xiaoyang good food and good things. Xiaoyang didn't hold it against them last time, but that didn't mean that Xiaoyang had forgotten what they did. So they had to perform well to prevent Xiaoyang from making a fuss about it. Xiaoyang and Qi Yan rested for a while and continued to head to the Sky sect boundary. After walking for a while, they arrived at the boundary of the Sky sect boundary. Chapter 762. Xiaoyang and Scarlet Flame led the 2 captives to the edge of Tianzong realm. Suddenly, an intense light screen appeared in front of them. It was almost the same as the one that had appeared in Carefree City. It was obvious at a glance that a boundary formation had been activated. From the looks of it, this defensive formation was a level higher than the poison sect's defensive formation. If it was just 1 Wu Zun, it would have been impossible to break the formation. Even a formation expert like Xiaoyang could only sigh and give up. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had already anticipated this possibility, so he'd brought Scarlet Flame with him this time. He also had a sky rank battle axe with him. This was equivalent to having 3 Wu Zun present. No matter how strong the Tianzong realm's formation was, it could only be broken in the end. Second and third supremacy, who'd already become captives, couldn't help but look pessimistic when they saw the situation. Despair filled their faces, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light in their eyes. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. Their Tianzong realm had always been a big sect and was a level above the poison sect. Now that they'd fallen at the poison sect's hands, they were filled with unwillingness. Looking at the poison sect's current wealth, they already had 3 Wu Zun experts and a sky rank treasure. Their peak battle strength was already comparable to a Tianzong realm expert. They really hadn't expected the poison sect to develop so quickly in such a short time. It was truly inconceivable. It was also their carelessness that led to their defeat and their failure to recognize the poison sect's strength. To the 2 Wu Zun, this was an extremely shameful thing. If not for the fact that they couldn't even kill themselves right now, they would have done so already. Xiaoyang, let's work together to break the formation. Scarlet Flame looked at Xiaoyang, then lightly attacked the defensive formation. Judging from its strength, even 2 Wu Zun would find it hard to break through. That's exactly what I was thinking. Xiaoyang nodded. He retracted his gaze from the light screen and began to retreat. He glanced at the local thugs from the other 2 towns and ordered, "All right, you can stop here. Go back, lest you hurt the innocent." Xiaoyang did not deal with the local tyrants of the 2 towns when he dealt with Wu Hua last time, so they were terrified. Therefore, they insisted on showing off and personally escorted Xiaoyang here. After the local tyrants of the 2 towns received the order, they felt relieved. They knew that this disaster was over, and Xiaoyang wouldn't bother them because of what happened last time. They hurriedly retreated, but they didn't go too far. They walked 1,000 zhang away and watched the situation from afar. Looking at Xiaoyang's posture, this Xiaoyang was planning to provoke the Sky Sect and even attack them. They couldn't help but worry for Xiaoyang. Up until now, no one had dared to provoke the Sky Sect. If they knew that the 2 people temporarily under Xiaoyang's control were the Sky Sect's 2 supremacies, their jaws would probably drop to the ground in shock. After Xiaoyang ordered them to retreat, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He glanced at Scarlet Flame and communicated with their eyes. After reaching an agreement, he began to circulate his cultivation, preparing to attack the Sky Sect world's formation with all his strength. The formation was a powerful defensive formation that protected a realm. If it couldn't be broken, the poison sect's people wouldn't be able to enter at all unless they had the Sky Sect's permission. Scarlet Flame's cultivation base erupted. He lifted his right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. His body suddenly flew up and floated in midair. Both his hands gripped the heaven-grade magic treasure, the war axe. He poured his cultivation base into the war axe, constantly accumulating power. A terrifying aura rose steadily, its momentum astonishing. Xiaoyang did the same, but he didn't fly up. He stayed on the ground and even approached the formation's light screen. He was different from Scarlet Flame. Scarlet Flame had broken through to Wu Zun's level in cultivation, while Xiaoyang had only broken through to Wu Zun's level in his physical body. Their focus was different. When Scarlet Flame attacked with all his strength, Xiaoyang didn't hesitate. With a soft snort, he suddenly mobilized Wu Zun's power in his body. He clenched his fists and concentrated all his strength into them. Then he punched out like lightning. Both fists slammed into the formation's light screen. The power of Wu Zun's physical body erupted in an instant, directly bombarding the formation's light screen until it flickered incessantly. Its light dimmed a lot, and it was faintly on the verge of collapse. However, the formation's light screen hadn't collapsed yet. Wherever it was damaged, it immediately began to slowly repair itself. As long as there was enough time, the formation would naturally return to its original state. However, Scarlet Flame didn't give the defensive formation a chance to breathe. His attack was almost synchronized with Xiao Yang's. The sharp and heavy battle-axe fell directly on the formation's light screen and heavily chopped down. In an instant, the formation's light screen collapsed. It couldn't hold on at all. Even from far away, the sound of the formation's collapse could be clearly heard. The sky was filled with specks of light, like starlight. Success, haha. When Scarlet Flame saw this result, he couldn't help but laugh. His expression was one of excitement. While he was still in the air, he couldn't help but put one hand on his waist and the other on his battle-axe. He looked disdainfully at the sky sect territory, like an overlord patrolling his own private territory. Xiao Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. His expression was relaxed. When he thought about it, it made sense. This was equivalent to 3 Wu Zun joining forces. No matter how strong the formation was, how could it be strong enough to resist 3 Wu Zun? He took a deep breath and stepped forward. He was the first to step into the Sky Sect territory. This entry was different from the previous ones. Previously, they had only disguised themselves and sneaked in. This time, however, they were entering openly and openly. Moreover, this represented the prelude to the battle of justice. Whoosh! What am I seeing? This is too unbelievable. It must be fake. He can even break the formation of the Sky Sect territory. Who is that person next to Xiao Yang? He's so terrifying. That battle-axe is also extremely fierce. Its power is comparable to Wu Zun's. Thousands of feet away, the many onlookers who had stopped to watch couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Their faces were full of shock as they stared dumbfounded. They originally thought that Xiao Yang would bring shame to himself. After all, no one had ever broken the formation of the Sky Sect territory. However, Xiao Yang had succeeded. The Sky Sect has 3 supremes. Look at Xiao Yang's behavior. He wants to start a war with the Sky Sect. Leave, this kind of war is not something we can participate in. That's right. Retreat. In the battle between Wu Zun and Wu Zun, even if he accidentally stomps his foot, it's enough to destroy our 2 towns. We don't want to court death. The local tyrants of the 2 towns immediately analyzed and inferred many results. Considering the unacceptable consequences, they all retreated.